a mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
11 Alive is where Atlanta speaks. 11 Alive Morning News starts now.
Good morning and welcome to a special edition of 11 Alive Morning News. I'm Aisha Howard here with Cheryl Preheim at the start line of the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
And I just saw our first wheelchair racers make their way to the start line. They're going to take off at 6:25. It's going to be the fastest field in the history of this race. They are always incredible to watch, incredible athletes.
Yes, I mean, I get so excited every year for the Shepherd Center division with the wheelchair races because they are so fierce and determined. We got Daniel Romanchuk. We see him every year. You know, he's won the race already 4 times, and they are just super motivated and so fast.
No doubt. They set the tone and set the pace for what will be an incredible day together. Just can't think of another way to celebrate July 4th. This is such a great tradition for our city. We have team coverage for you all morning long. 6.2 miles of coverage you can watch there from home if you'd like, if you're not going to be out here in person. But our 11 Live team will be all along the racetrack, and I enjoy meeting people along the way. People have so much celebration and excitement, so many families doing this together.
And I love that we run along with them. We have our team in the mix, just getting the stories and the feel and just the pulse of the race. That's where you're going to find Crash Clark and Christy Diaz. Christy Diaz hitting the course as an expectant mama,
yes.
So we are so excited to cheer her on this year as well. Caitlin and Joe Ripley joining us for the first time this year. You know, Chelsea, our man, is always on Cardiac Hill. You're going to see Chris Holcomb right at the bridge crossing over 85. And then we're going to catch up with Naima and Jerry along the route. And then Jennifer Bellamy and Jeff Hullinger finishes it off.
Yeah, and I have to say, you know, Jennifer, you're an Atlanta native. You grew up watching this race. Jeff, you have so much history and perspective to teach us along the way. I always love hearing the coverage there from the finish line. How are you this morning?
We are doing great already. You know, we're dealing with the humidity just like everybody else, but as y'all were talking about meeting the people, hearing the stories, we're already seeing people come by saying hi to us. Some of the volunteers really excited, all dressed up in their patriotic attire and ready to greet and cheer on all of these runners today.
You know, you're talking about the volunteers, and the volunteers are such a central element of this, a component. A couple of minutes ago, I was walking along 10th Street here and looking in the area where the medical tent is set up, and flashing back to 1985-86 when the medical tent was just a couple of people and a couple of stretchers. It now looks like a field hospital. It is incredible. And really that is the headline of what the AJC Peachtree Road Race has always been about, and that is the organization and the ability to get everybody going where they need to go on time. And if something doesn't work out, well, they got that figured out too.
A well-oiled machine that we have got here today, and we are so excited to be with you for all of it. We're going to send things now over to Chesley McNeil, who is also very well-oiled, very fine.
Well-oiled. I like it. I like it. Speaking of being well-oiled, you know, they're setting up. The water station is back this time. They got the tables out there where they have the water set up along those tables, and runners can go over there and just grab some water as they come along, douse it on themselves, maybe drink some, get hydrated as they go along. You can also, new this year, bring your own water bottle and carry it throughout the race, which I'm sure some runners will be happy about that as well. Take a look at your forecast for today, because we are starting off with clouds overhead. The good news is that there's no rain coming out of the clouds. We don't have to worry about that, at least for this morning, or at least through the race. I don't think the scattered showers or thunderstorm will pop up until after, or at least closer to noon for today. Temperature-wise, it's muggy. Warm, of course, but muggy as well. Temperatures are running in the 70s. Boy, you can feel it out here. Talk about some extremes for the AJC Peachtree Road Race. 80 was the hottest or the warmest that we've ever had. The latest would be 1991. The coolest, 62. Boy, I'm sure that was welcome back in 1989. The wettest was 1974 and 2015. I remember that. We had some lightning as well around the area. So I don't have to worry about any of those extremes, at least for today. Temperature starting off in the 70s. Here to talk a little bit more about the forecast along the race and some of the alerts that could happen to pop up. Here is meteorologist Chris Holcomb.
Yeah, Chesley, we're in a yellow flag alert right now from the Atlanta Track Club. They decided over the weekend they wanted to let the runners know, hey, you may want to slow down a little bit due to the heat and humidity that we're going to be dealing with out there today. We don't really anticipate anything that would get us up into that red or black range, but of course we'll let you know if anything changes here as well. And again, the reason it's in a code yellow or a yellow flag is because of the heat and humidity. Now, you think a temperature in the low to mid 70s isn't that bad, right? You know, at least it's not like 90 or 100 degrees, but it's the humidity levels. Dew points in the lower 70s. So we're talking about at the start of the race, humidity levels will be in the 90% range, and then you see those temperatures coming up to around 80 degrees by 10 o'clock, and it all depends on how much sun is able to break through those clouds, and those temperatures may be rising even more. Cheryl and Aisha, it's so interesting to see everything going on with closing the streets here. The police all lined up. They're making a sweep right now. Things are getting ready to go.
No doubt. No doubt. They're working hard, and we appreciate all the work it takes to make this event happen.
I'm still stuck on the 90% range for the humidity.
I
was like trying to bring the energy and like, yeah, we have put on so much press powder and it is only 5:34 in the morning. I can't name how many times we've dabbed. The hairspray is melting. So runners, we feel for you with this yellow warning out here.
My hair's going to be about this big by the end of the morning.
Exactly. we're just letting it flow. We see a few wheelchair racers already lining up. They're going to kick off at 6:25 and we are almost close to takeoff.
We want to send it to Jerry Carnes, who's in the medical tent this morning. A lot of people going to be around to make sure everybody's safe as they are part of this big tradition in our city. Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning. We want to show you the medical staff here has just started a briefing, which is part of their preparation for this morning's race. More than 100 medical personnel here at the finish line in one of two medical tents here. They've also got numerous medical personnel who will be on bikes along the race course, just prepared for anything. The main concerns today, of course, will be heat exhaustion and the potential for heat stroke. Again, we are under a code yellow, which means because of the heat and humidity, there is the potential for problems with folks running in the heat and maybe pushing themselves a little bit too much. So here they've got ice, they've got cold towels. What they'll want to do is do their best to bring the body temperature down once someone crosses the finish line. And again, there'll be nurses, EMTs, medical personnel along the course just in case someone has an issue there. But also prepared for things like twisted ankles, bruises, anything at all that may come up. So more than 100 medical personnel ready to respond to just about anything, guys. So they're getting ready here. We're ready at the finish line, ready to see these races get underway.
It's so interesting to see all the behind the scenes. It makes you appreciate when you're watching at home or hear part of the race, all that happens. And we're going to show you a really great perspective tonight of some of the stories of the runners and everything that's happened today. We hope you'll join us at 10 p.m. tonight for our special start to finish. We're going to cover the highlights for all the races. Plus, we're going to have a lot of behind the scenes stories that are always cool to hear. So again, that's tonight, 10 o'clock on 11 Alive.
And the fact that it's 5:36 and we're teasing ahead to something at 10 p.m. lets you know we truly have it for you start to finish. The stories from behind the scenes and just giving the details of the runners has been so awesome, and we hope you tune in for that. For now, we're going to toss it back to our Midtown studios with Savannah Levins to kick off some of your news headlines. Hey, Savannah.
Hey, I hear it getting underway. We'll check in with you guys again here shortly. Want to get to some news, though. We are learning new details this morning about a man accused of crashing his car into a crowded gas station in Paulding County. The Paulding County Sheriff's Office says the 30-year-old has since died hours after driving his pickup through the Exxon in Yorkville Sunday morning. That's about 40 miles northwest of Atlanta. Deputies say he hit multiple cars and gas pumps. Then witnesses say he shot himself. He later died at the hospital. Deputies say none of the people at the gas station suffered life-threatening injuries. We also have new video to share with you this morning of a shocking road rage shooting. Police say a man shot 14 rounds through his window at another car, and you can hear several of those gunshots in a video. Take a listen. Oh my God. What is it? Oh my God. so scary. That happened last week in Roswell at a stoplight on Highway 92 at Woodstock Road. Officers say the 61-year-old accused gunman hit the other driver twice. We're told that driver, a 25-year-old man, is in the hospital with serious injuries. Officers arrested the shooter, who is being held at the Cherokee Adult Detention Center without bond. Well, the 4th of July is a time for so many of us to enjoy a day off from work, celebrate America and its freedoms, and spend time with family and friends. And if you're hitting the pools or the lakes, we have come to know that this really is a peak time for accidents and drowning, so we want you to be careful and be safe. 11 Alive's Molly Oak has a look at what you and your family can do to stay safe.
Over the weekend, a man died in Lake Lanier. It happened around 7:30 Saturday night near a home along Little River. Officials say 48-year-old Franz Scott was pulled out of the water by bystanders and transported to Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Gainesville, where he died. Like this weekend today, game wardens are on patrol. Georgia's Department of Natural Resources says it's part of its Operation Dry Water initiative during the 4th of July holiday. The agency says it's a national weekend of education about boating under the influence and code enforcement, especially since DNR says last month it arrested 8 boat drivers on BUI charges in just one weekend. It's reminding people to boat sober, follow the speed limit, and wear a life jacket.
That was our Molly Oak reporting. A lot of people are worried about potential flight delays and cancellations, especially here in Atlanta at the world's busiest airport, Hartsfield-Jackson International. But we do have some good news for you this morning. So far, the airlines seem to be in pretty good shape as we wrap up the holiday weekend. Right now, only 3 flights have been canceled today in Atlanta. 38 were scrubbed on Sunday. There it is, quite a familiar sound, and it's been missing from Centennial Olympic Park after this fireworks show was put on hold for 2 years. But the epic show returned to the A last night, a round of storms causing a slight delay, but quite the comeback for that show. Looks amazing. And if you or your loved ones plan on setting off your own fireworks, we want to make sure you have the very latest information on what you're actually allowed to do. So let's break down Georgia's firework laws. Only certain kinds of fireworks are allowed. You can light them any day between the hours of 10 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. Today, on the 4th, that time is extended, but just by 1 extra minute. So you can go for it until midnight. Remember, you cannot set off fireworks in any public parks or state parks. And please be safe when you handle your own fireworks. A new report shows that firework-related injuries are on the rise. The Consumer Product Safety Commission found firework-related injuries jumped around 25% between 2006 and 2021. Last year, 9 people died, and there were more than 11,000 visits to the ER. And it's not just those big explosive fireworks causing injury. Believe it or not, most of the hospital visits came from sparklers. Metro Atlanta is celebrating America's independence with an explosion of events today, too. We have a full list of everything that's going on right now online at 11alive.com. Also going on today, of course, the AJC Peachtree Road Race, where Chesley McNeil is one of many of our crews out along the route. Chesley, how's it going out there?
Not bad, Savannah. You forgot about the cookout, though. You gotta put the cookout in there, right? All right. I didn't get my invite, but I crash every now and again. All right. We are looking at your forecast for the entire day. We're looking at temperatures starting off in the 70s. So if you're coming out here to watch maybe the AJC Peachtree Road Race, it's going to be muggy out there, but you get to cheer the runners on. That's what they love, of course. Temperatures will get up to around 87 degrees by noon today. All right. And that's going to be closer to our average for this time of year. In fact, we're going to hit 90 for an afternoon high. We'll hit that between 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon. And then later on tonight, of course, the fireworks temperatures will be falling through the 80s. We'll have much more for you on the race and your forecast coming up. Stay with us.
The strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead. by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is...
Start line with the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. We get so excited for this day, but did you know there are people who start planning their race for next year right after this? And this man is one of the executive director, Rich Kanal with the Atlanta Track Club. Thanks for being here with us this morning.
Good morning, and thank you for being here.
We wouldn't miss it for anything. Significant that we're really all back together for the first time since pre-pandemic. Last year was on 2 different days. How does it feel to kind of be back to normal finally?
Well, I mean, to use a running metaphor, I feel like we've been training for this for 3 years. 2019 was the first time we were all together at once on the 4th of July. We've been working hard. We're knocking some rust off because it's been 3 years since the one-day Peachtree, but we're ready.
Oh, and we are ready, also ready to tackle the weather too. So I know runners like a little bit of humidity, but this is intense. You guys had to issue a code yellow for today. Tell us some of the things that you encourage, because we know you are a professional runner at heart at the core. So what do you think as you're getting ready for a day like today, knowing what this humidity and weather is going to be like?
So I would start by saying we have the fastest foot race and wheelchair athletes from around the world here. And they may run faster than anyone has ever run or wheeled at this event. But they are highly conditioned professional athletes. The rest of us should just take it slow. Enjoy this tradition that we call the Peachtree. Enjoy taking your time from here, Lenox, down to Piedmont Park, and that way you'll stay safe in this heat.
Yeah, it really is about the journey, about the experience. So many families do this together. We've got a lot of first-timers this year, and then people who have done it for many years, even decades. Do you have something more than anything you hope that everybody gets to feel when they are on the course today?
Well, people ask me all the time, what's the hardest part of this job, but also what's the best part of this job? And quite frankly, the best part of this job is standing here at the start line every year and seeing all of Atlanta come together to celebrate how Atlanta spends their 4th of July, Independence Day. So this is as good as it gets here in Atlanta.
Yeah, it does bring the city together in a really spectacular way.
We are excited to be back and to share that with the Atlanta Track Club. We wish you guys a successful race. Yeah. And tomorrow, you'll start all over again for 2023.
I might take a nap first, but yes, maybe we'll start on July 6th. How's
6th?
That?
Okay, all right, it's a date. We'll start on the 6th. We're going to toss it over now to Chesley on Cardiac Hill. Good morning, Chesley.
All right, good morning. Rich deserves that nap, and only a nap, Rich. That's all you get. All right, let's take a look at our forecast for today. We're starting off with those temperatures in the 70s starting off this morning. Yeah, everybody's been talking about how muggy it is, and yeah, it is pretty muggy on the outside. Right now, 75 degrees in the city. You got 70s in the outlying areas as well. A few 60s out there as well, and already starting to see people run by us backwards because they parked their cars at the finish line and they got to walk this race. part of the course or run it early on. Look at that. All right, we had some clouds through the overnight. In fact, we had some showers yesterday, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in the area. Those have now dissipated, but we'll see more pop up as we head into the afternoon. Stationary boundary down to the south of us will lift to the north as we head through the afternoon today. Our winds out of the north so far this morning at about 3 miles per hour. Don't expect any relief from the wind at all. We're going to a cookout this afternoon. Temperatures will be in the 80s at noon, looking at 87, 88 by 3 o'clock, on our way up to near 94 high, back down to 89 by 6 o'clock. And it's after, or at least around the noon hour, that we'll start to see those showers develop. And then the thunderstorms after about 2 o'clock, and they'll stay with us right on into the evening. So there may be a few around in some spots as we start our fireworks celebration. Typically starting around 9 o'clock, temperatures will be at 83 degrees by then. By 10 o'clock, we'll be down to 81. As far as your forecast track model goes for tomorrow, pretty much the same. We're going to start you off with anywhere from partly to mostly cloudy skies. During the afternoon is when we'll have some of those scattered showers and thunderstorms beginning to erupt, and then we'll do it all over again for Wednesday. We're stuck in this pattern, folks. We'll start off with the sunshine, and then during the afternoon, scattered showers and thunderstorms. A good 30% chance each and every afternoon for that those scattered thunderstorms to be around. That's going to stay with us right on up until the weekend. In fact, it's not until Saturday that a front moves through. That will knock our temperatures back down to the 80s by then. With more on your forecast, especially for the race, here's meteorologist Chris Holcomb.
Hey, Chesley, I know you mentioned seeing some people out on the streets already. It fascinates me every year when I see folks who actually park at the finish line and then they run to the start line to run it back. So they're almost doing like a double AJC Peachtree Road Race. We've already seen a couple of those people coming up this way, doing a little trot, going up to the start line. And you know, Rich mentioned just a few minutes ago about that code yellow alert or a yellow flag. Here again is a look at that. Again, we don't really see any weather conditions right now that would cause it to go up to a red or a black. So the main reason we're to code yellow is because of what we've been talking about, that heat and humidity. The elite runners, as Rich said, they're conditioned for this type of race, but it's the casual runners that really need to slow down a little bit more because your body produces sweat. That sweat evaporates, it cools itself down. Well, when it's so humid, that sweat doesn't evaporate as efficiently, so your body has to work harder to cool itself down. Now, here's a look at the forecast for the race, the hour-by-hour outlook. Starting off, temperatures low to mid 70s. We have dew points in the lower 70s. That gives us a relative humidity in the 90 percentile range here at the first start of the race. Once those temperatures start moving up, moving farther away from the dew point, that's when the relative humidity comes down. But still, it's going to be humid throughout the entire race. And, you know, we have mostly cloudy skies right now. I have seen a star or two up there, indicating that these clouds may thin out just a little bit and give us more sunshine. And that means it's going to heat up a little bit more as we get closer to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock for some of the folks in the later waves. We'll be dealing with more of that heat. So Aisha, get ready to sweat because we know when that sun comes up after 6:30, we're going to start it.
Get ready. What do you mean? I've already started. Hopefully the shirt is breathable and light. I know it's 100% out of recycled goods. So when you cross the finish line, you get a shirt. You get a shirt. So it is the tradition at the AJC Peachtree Road Race. And pretty soon we are going to find out which one of these designs will be handed out to tens of thousands of runners. You voted, and these are the T-shirt design finalists. Whoever's design ends up as the official shirt, they're going to get $1,000. We'll know who won as soon as the first runner crosses the finish line. These are awesome, pretty cool designs. So you guys had to vote. So we're going to see who gets it.
All right, our special coverage of the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race on 11 Alive continues right after this.
Sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
Helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck, a mobile weather center with
Welcome back to the start line. Cheryl Preheim here with Aisha Howard. You know, so many people are part of this in so many different ways. For one woman, all kinds of ways, from observer to volunteer to runner. That is LaToya Thompson's story.
And now she has the ultimate inspiration for why she runs. Molly Oak shares her story.
Everyone runs the Peachtree Road Race for different reasons. For two Northside Hospital physicians, this year is about going from the front line to the finish line.
These last 2 years have been very difficult for all of us, and so it's really exciting to have us all come together and really be able to go out there and celebrate and have a great time running the Peachtree Road Race.
Dr. Torrance Laurie is a sports medicine physician at Northside Hospital and former gymnast at the University of Michigan.
I definitely think that that's been really helpful, having that background and giving me a little bit of more insight into ways to optimize my training, ways to prevent overuse injuries.
He's no stranger to the Peachtree Road Race, just not as a runner.
I have worked the event as a physician in the medical tent for several years, and each year I was inspired by the runners. That really motivated me to want to go out there myself and do it.
And it wasn't just his patients and past runners that inspired him to physically get involved. This year he's running to pay tribute to his mom.
My mother unfortunately passed away 2 years ago from an autoimmune pulmonary disease, and just seeing her struggle to breathe doing her normal day-to-day tasks was really difficult for me. I think back to my mom and think that this is how she felt on a day-to-day basis, and if she was able to endure that every single day, then I can certainly push myself to finish a few more miles and finish the race.
Family also plays a role in why Northside registered nurse Gary Harris and his wife run the Peachtree.
In 2004, I was challenged by my then girlfriend, now wife, to run the Peachtree. We were, just started dating. We were doing adventure races.
So I got him the number. I signed him up and got my number, and then we ran the race together. And it's just such a fun experience. And so we lined up together on that day, and I think we've been lining up together ever since.
For nearly 2 decades, the Peachtree has been a constant in their lives to create memories for a lifetime.
The way we met, playing in the outdoors, the way we've continued to do that, the way our family still does that, the way our child plays in the outdoors. It's just something great to be able to share good health and love with your family.
And just like Dr. Laurie, helping those in need has always been a part of their race day.
There's a brother and sister team that we've run with pretty consistently throughout the years. He's a police officer, she's a physician. The three of us have stopped together in the past to help somebody, because that's just what you do as being part of the Peachtree community.
And that was Maria Martin reporting. We have so many inspiring stories to share. We're going to have the one from Molly a little bit later on, and then put them all together in you for a special tonight, start to finish at 10 p.m. But we are here at the start.
We are at the start, and I don't know if you can tell, but the energy is growing. More and more people coming, and we love to see all the tutus and all the costumes and all the fun.
And never will you ever see more American flags as you see this big one waving right behind us right now. We're going to toss now to the finish line with Jennifer Bellamy and Jeff Hellinger there to check things out there. Good morning, guys.
Hey,
good morning.
We're excited. We are waiting for all those costumes to hit our side of the world here.
It is going to be so much fun, and it is back to the good old days. And that we're talking about 2019 when everybody was running, and we're back to
so long ago at this point.
Yeah, I know. It seems like a very long time ago, but it is back to the new norm which is so welcome.
That's right. And we do still have some virtual runners, so we are rooting all of you on as well. I saw one person said they'd already finished their Peachtree today. Up and at 'em. So thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for enjoying and sharing your stories with us. We can't wait to continue sharing them with you. We'll continue our coverage right here in this special edition of 11 Live Morning News for the AJC Peachtree Road Race in just a moment.
Claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out.
Welcome to our special coverage of 11 Alive Morning News. It is July 4th, and it wouldn't be July 4th without the AJC Peachtree Road Race. You hear the announcer just cranked up because we are getting close to it.
I was going to say the beat has finally dropped. Is that bringing sexy back, Justin Timberlake? Oh, you know it's time to go. Yeah. So it's getting loud out here, and we have all the signs getting ready to start. We have the wheelchair racers getting ready to take off here at 6:25. The music has officially started. We know it's on now.
That is the energy you're looking for. It's fun to see. They have the flag now over the start line. They literally just put down the tape that says start about 10 minutes ago. You got the wheelchair racers there. You're going to see the fastest race in the history of this race. With this group right here, it's going to be really exciting to see.
And it's so cool to see why people run. There's so many inspiring stories behind why people train for this. Why would you spend your 4th of July doing this instead of at a cookout with family or just relaxing at home because you have the day off? We just saw one guy behind us with a huge I Stand With Ukraine sign. People out here running for people in other countries and just really having stories and inspiration behind why they do what they do. So we're so excited to share some of those with you as well.
Yeah, all 50 states represented here today. We want to send it out to Chris Holcomb, who's along the race course today.
In the start area. Thank you for all of you.
I have no idea what you're saying. Everybody else is great, but your microphone is muffled.
The AJC
We're working on some technical challenges here as we have people all along the race
all of our volunteers, shout out to you.
All right, so we're going to get Chris Holcomb together because as we see, this is a live show, and this is what happens when we have so many crews. I think we have about 8 different crews out here along the race route, a little bit of everywhere. Here at the start line, we're going to start having some challenges hearing too because it's starting to get hype out here. As you see behind us, we have people already lined up to cheer on the wheelchair racers. The Shepherd Center Wheelchair Division is going to kick off. They've been going for 42 years, so that's so inspiring as well to see. They have a big celebration celebration at the end just to commemorate what goes into that and just the inspiring stories that come out of their abilities and their partners and what they're able to do as well.
Yeah, we just saw Brent and Kyle Pease with the Pease Foundation. They're the reigning champs from last year, a push team, and they're excited. They did mention the humidity, so they said we're just going to give it all we've got. We're going to do the best we can do, but it really is about enjoying the ride and being together. And they really set the pace for what will be an experience for about 47,000 people here in our city today. A way that it just brings the city together. I mean, what a way to start the day. Whether you're here in person or watching at home, there is an energy about it that just feels special.
And we just talked to the executive director of the Atlanta Track Club, who says, leave the fast pace to the professionals, Chesley, because we know we got that humidity building. You're on Cardiac Hill. The name speaks for itself. Let's send it over to you. Good morning, Chesley.
You are absolutely right about that. Yeah, Cardiac Hill, one of the, well, not so much of a surprise, but one of the steepest hills. In less than a mile, you'll be going up about 12 stories. And so by the time you get to the top of this hill, I think you can feel like you can do the rest of the race. And we'll be here to greet you, of course, with high fives, smiles, and whatever it is you need to continue on throughout the race. Well, you need to know what the weather's going to be like. And so let's take a look at it now. We had some clouds and some showers through the overnight. Those clouds have begun, or the showers have begun to dissipate. That's the good news. So we don't have to worry about any rainfall here at all for the race. We are expecting some more scattered showers to pop up in the area once we get toward the afternoon. Of course, we'll be looking at temperatures starting off in the 70s this morning, but once we get toward the afternoon, that's when we're going to see those temperatures really start to heat up, going up closer to 90 for this afternoon. You know, some of the extreme weather conditions here at the AJC Peachtree Road Race have been some of the hottest. We had numerous hot starts, and 91 was the last one. We started around 80 degrees. 62 was the coolest. The latest that what happened was in the 89. The wettest, 2015, and we had lightning strikes that year as well. We're about at average this morning, starting off, but again, with those temperatures in the 70s, so folks are going to have to take it easy, especially coming up here at Cardiac Hill, but we'll be here to help push them along the way. All right, back to you guys.
All right, guys, here we are here at the start line. The music is blaring, so hopefully you guys are able to hear us. And so this is just the start, though, because we know it is going to get lively. I think we have a pretty good crowd already, though, too.
We have a crowd already, and we were just checking our phones because people are starting to post pictures. It's going to be fun to follow along on social media this morning as well.
So stop by and see us if you're here. Show us your best crazy outfit. Let's see who can top Crash Clark with the craziest attire here for the race. That's always one of my favorite parts about the race, is just seeing, like, what can these people come up with this year? How many different ways can you rock an American flag?
No doubt about it. You know, there are people who run this every single year, and then they kind of up the ante on their costumes and what they do each year. Well, we have more than 1,000 people today that it is their first time. I love that. The first time, which I love that, because, you know, we were talking to Rich Canal, the executive director, saying, like, we want people to know this is not exclusive. This is open for anybody at 10 years old to 97 years old today, and it really is about the experience. You can walk the whole thing if you want. You can run part of it, whatever makes you feel comfortable. It's just about being a part of something so big in our city.
Yeah, you don't have to be a professional. We got the medical station set up. We have about 8,000 porta potties. When we got the fact sheet, I was like, oh, well, that's a fun one. 8,000 porta potties, 2.5 million gallons of water. So whatever you need, it is along the route. So even if you didn't run this year, hopefully just watching us and watching the runners, maybe it'll be a tradition you start with your family and be a part of the first timers next year.
Yeah, all right. We want to send it now to Jeff Hullinger and Jennifer Bellamy at the finish line for the 53rd AJC Peachtree Road Race. Good morning, guys.
Jealous. They've got the Prince going over there. We want the DJ on our side.
I know. We want him here as well. You know what? This great event, I always feel, mirrors the city itself. It began in 1970 in Buckhead at the Sears, which is essentially where Chops is, the restaurant right now. And if you take a look at how these races have transpired over the last 52 years, you really get a sense of its growth in comparison with the city. And it is a slick, cool, big event, much like the city has evolved and morphed into.
It really has, and so much energy and excitement comes along with this race. You never know who you'll see out here. So many families that are running together that have made this into a tradition that is just so steeped in the history of the city of Atlanta. That's just, it's a beautiful part of what we see every year here from our city as we celebrate the 4th of July.
I always think that there are a lot of cities that generationally connect through baseball and basketball and football. This is an event here in Atlanta Metro, in the Southeast, that really connects the generations of families. There's so many stories, so many families that have made this part of their tradition each and every year. I have an 85-year-old father-in-law who is walking the event, not in the best of health, but he began in 1970. And as much as I have tried to dissuade him from running, he says, no, that's what I do on the 4th of July, and I will not stop until I stop.
Yeah, and there's so many other people. We just mentioned how many people are starting off doing this for the first time this year, starting those traditions with their families as well. And so it's really a beautiful thing to have something like that you hold on to with your family, your friends, and the whole entire city of Atlanta and the country as well.
Yeah, absolutely. 47,000 people here, all chasing the holy grail of gifts, of prizes, of trophies, and that is the coveted T-shirt, which is here in the bowels of Piedmont Park. And it is the great celebration you always see when they open the bag and they see that T-shirt design. It has been worth all of the months of working out, of running, and eating well.
Yeah, and one person that gets to see a lot of that excitement and energy as folks cross the finish line is Jerry Carnes. We're going to send things over to him. Jerry, you're always there with all the winners and all of the folks as they can sigh once they finally finish the race.
That's right. Hopefully grab them a T-shirt and some Powerade and some water, because it's going to be a warm one today. Back there's the finish line at Charles Allen. This, of course, 10th Street, and as folks make their way down here, they go to the Meadow, and that's where they get their T-shirt, and they're going to be directed there by some of the volunteers. It takes a lot of them to pull off this Peachtree Road Race, and these are guys from the AMVETS, the road crew, they call them. You're going to direct traffic down here. Ricardo, you've been here, how many years?
It's 5 years.
5 years?
Yeah, 5 years.
Glad to be back with the Peachtree sort of up to what it used to be pre-COVID?
Yes, exactly. This is regular. This is regular for us now. So.
What are you looking forward to the most today?
Just seeing the runners come through and they finish, and just giving them hope and everything like that, and just carrying them over to their T-shirts.
You guys ready to go? Everybody ready for it? Ready for it? Everybody been here several years? First time for some. Well, good for you. First timer?
First time.
What are you looking forward to?
Just seeing all the races come through and finish the race themselves.
Well, thank you so much for volunteering this year. Of course, again, it takes a lot of volunteers to pull this off, and they will be lining the road race, a lot of them cheering you on as you make your way toward that finish line.
All right, here we go at the start line here of the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. We told you about the more than 1,000 first-timers. This guy was going to be one of them, the mayor, Mr. Dickens. So, best laid plans, right?
Yeah, best laid plans. This is going to be my first Peachtree Road Race. I was so excited being among the 60,000 people that are in this race today. I was feeling good. And then midnight basketball, my favorite event.
Yeah.
I ended up, fracturing a foot. But, hey,
well, at least you took the L for one of your greatest and most successful initiatives so far. We've been doing so many great success stories about midnight basketball, so you took one for the team. Right.
That's right. I took one for the team. I was playing with the young guys. I'm not a kid anymore, I must admit. I took a little fall, so I'm good. But I'll come back next year and run the Peachtree. But I'm really excited for all of these people here in Atlanta. We're showing our diversity, showing our athleticism, and being the world's largest 10K ever. Awesome. I'm just ready for it.
How significant is it to bring the city together in this time?
Yeah, this is a very tumultuous time across the nation, and to be here together in Atlanta in a special way at the world's largest 10K, it means a whole lot. We're prepared for it as a city. The Atlanta Track Club has been doing this for 52 years, and in the Mayor's Office of Emergency Preparedness, Fire Department, Police Department, everybody's excited and ready. We took off 2020 due to the pandemic. 2021, we did it over a 2-day format to be able to allow more spacing and social distancing. Well, now we're back in the original format where everybody's going to run a 10K, 6.2 miles. It feels good. I'm so excited. I feel it even though I'm not going to run.
And you talked about the diversity. Cheryl did an awesome preview story on a mentoring program that got, you know, young black boys and young black kids involved in running, especially after the Ahmaud Arbery story. And so many people just thought that this wasn't their thing or it wasn't accessible to them. Talk about that and the fact that it is for all of us to participate in.
Yeah, you're right. In every way you think about it, this is a diversity event. Young and younger, and people that are from all different backgrounds, people that haven't run before or just recently started running in the past 2 or 3 years. As you mentioned, Ahmaud Arbery in the 2.23 miles, and people just running on a treadmill say, I'm going to give it a try this year. I have a lot of people here that are with me about to run their first. I mean, you know, and they may be 40, 50 years old about to run their first like me. I'm a native of Atlanta, being here all my life, but I've never run. I've cheered people on.
Yeah.
But today, you know, it feels good. I think we're coming back together. I think society's feeling good about what we're doing, and now we're here at the Peachtree Road Race.
Yeah, so anybody watching at home who felt like it wasn't for them, we hope to see you out here next year because this is a moment and a race for everybody. Mayor Dickens, thanks for the time. Hope you play for shooting hoops again and running again sooner than later.
You'll be back. You'll be back.
I'll be back. I'll be back. Y'all take care. Have a great race today.
Thank you. Our special coverage here on 11 Live continues after the break.
4 videos were posted on 11 Live's Facebook page.
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Live News app to use Near Me.
And welcome back to Piedmont Park, everyone. I'm Jeff Hullinger along with Jennifer Bellamy, and we are joined by our race analysts. We're at the finish line here at Piedmont Park, where we always are. The 53rd running, 47,000 people are going to be motoring through the heart of Buckhead into Midtown and then finding their way down here to Piedmont Park. Joined by Carrie Tollefson from Minnesota, who is a former #1 racer in the world, and also Adam Bleakney here, who is the head coach of the wheelchair team for the University of Illinois. We are very appreciative to have both of you in the house. You lead so much of an exciting life in this sport and really give us the expertise that, quite frankly, most of us know very little about, but try to plug in as much as we can. The expectation for the wheelchair racers is a positive one this morning, is it not?
Yeah, very much so. The weather conditions are very good. Really negligible winds. Any wind should be at their back for some part of the course. No rain humid, but it's always humid, so the athletes are ready for that.
I think it is a goal of each and every one of us to have the wind to our back.
What do we expect for the runners today?
Oh my goodness, they are such good fields on both the men and women's side. International fields are phenomenal. The American fields are great. It's going to be a really nice race. I think the humidity might play a factor into the runners' race. I think they're a little concerned about it, but at the same time, they are ready to run fast, and some of these athletes are coming in better than ever. So I can't wait for the race to go off. It's going to be amazing.
That just gives you the excitement there. Some of their best races possible. We cannot wait to see it.
Really looking forward to it because this is back to the good old days, and that is we really haven't experienced any of this kind of racing since 2019. You know, we have been really paralyzed in large part athletically by COVID, and maybe more so in your sport and your sport than any other in America. Agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think COVID was tough on everyone, but at the same time, it gave athletes a chance to really build a base. So when I say that, it means, you know, they could go back to the drawing board and start training in a different way. They weren't always going to races where they had to peak and then rest and then try and peak again. So I don't know about you, Adam, but if for us, as runners, we really didn't race very much. But then all of a sudden it was boom, 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 boom. So now we have tons of races. For the wheelchair athletes last fall, particularly, they were running marathon, and so that had to have been really tough. So it's different. You know, they had a break, but then now full force, which they love.
Yeah, absolutely. This was our first spring back where we had a full slate of competitions on the schedule, so the athletes were chomping at the bit to jump in and compete. And to your point, there were athletes who really thrived. One of those will race today, Susanna Scaroni, who really, she loves the art of training and sacrifice and suffering, and probably more so than competing. So she loved just training 7 days a week for months on end. But she really has had breakout performances starting last August in Tokyo and has just continued that coming into today and has a good shot of breaking the course record.
And Peachtree is always one of those marks on the calendar for runners and wheelchair racers that really is a spot on the schedule that has some deep meaning.
Oh, for sure. I mean, anytime you have Peachtree on your resume or your CV, like people like to call it, when you have that on that list of things that you've done and you've competed at, you know you've been there, you've done that. So, yeah, all the athletes that I've spoken to are just so thrilled to be here. And the athletes that haven't been here, they're like, what is this all about? We've heard about it for years. We know the history. They want to have, you know, the streets of Atlanta under their legs, and they're excited to let the gun go off.
And we are so excited to have everyone who is returning and everyone who is starting for the first time. So we're going to send you back to our starting line right now where some of that action is just about to get underway.
Guys, the start line is so exciting right now because the wheelchair race division is getting ready to take off at any moment.
Yeah, they are lined up and ready to go. This has been a great tradition through the Shepherd Center for more than 40 years, and this year's field is expected to be the fastest in the history of the Peachtree Road Race.
All eyes are always on Daniel Romanchuk because he has won the race 4 times, and he has been all over the world winning these wheelchair races. But to know that it is the fastest, we probably got to look out for some new names this year, so that's exciting too.
No doubt. Taking a look now at the start line as they are ready to go. You've got the wheelchair racers, and then you'll have the push racers as well. This is like the epitome of athleticism. If you think about how many times they're pushing with their shoulders, it's about 2,500 pushes to get to that finish line, 6.2 miles away.
Just even think about how much upper body strength that requires, and some of them have just astronomical wingspans, and it just really shows the level of athleticism and just the abilities that we all have. And so I love this part because it's so absolutely inspiring to just see how much they push themselves. And I hope that they celebrate at the Shepherd Center afterwards too, because this is something that deserves to be celebrated.
Absolutely. So seeing the start line here kind of gives you chills, the American flag hanging over. We just heard Rachel Norman sing God Bless America as they were making their way to the start line. The sun's coming up and the crowd is gathering by the moment. The energy and momentum here is growing. It just makes you feel like something amazing is about to happen, and it certainly is.
And everyone is so excited to be back. I remember last year it was like, okay, we're slowly making that comeback, but this year the energy feels much more like, you know, pre-COVID times. And even though we still do have the virtual component making up that 47,000 runners, now it's typically about 60, but to be almost at, that 47,000, I think that is so impressive just to show how excited everyone was to say, hey, let's get back to doing some of the traditions. We know a lot of families do this together every year. Everyone has a different reason for why they run.
No doubt. And just like we've all adapted to the post-pandemic world, people are doing it virtually as well, because there are people who will be running this at home and all around the country. But here we have 50 states represented in the field of runners, so it really is the nation's largest 10K, and hosted by what we believe is the greatest city in the world.
Even someone joining us from Australia this year. We know Georgia is going to make up the majority of the runners and just the majority of the racers with about 90%. But people from all over has come, to celebrate this with us. And I think that's so special to show off our city, running some of the most popular parts of the city. The skyline remains one of my favorite things. And so to cross over that bridge over 85 and to see Midtown, Buckhead, downtown, just so inspiring, and I love that people get to experience that with us.
Yeah, no doubt. We want to send it to Jennifer Bellamy and Jeff Hollinger there at the finish line. You're going to be seeing these incredible wheelchair racers here sooner than later.
Guys, thank you very much. We are just moments away from the wheelchair racers beginning to make their climb, their chase, their hustle down Peachtree Street. What's the expectation, Adam?
Well, I think on the men's side, much like last year, Aaron Pike and Daniel Romanchuk are the top two contenders. Marcel Hoog would have made for a very interesting race. Unfortunately, his equipment was left in Europe, so didn't make the trip over with him. So he is out of the race this morning. We have a couple other athletes in that field that have run sub 19-minute 10Ks, and the former champion Josh Cassidy. So we'll have an interesting race. I expect, though, to maybe a little busy on the front end of the race, the early first mile. But once we get into the first descent, I expect to see Aaron and Daniel break away.
Scale of 1 to 10, how would you view this field for the men and women?
In terms, it's top heavy, so those top 5 are really dense and talented. I think the next 10 to 15 are that will be an equally interesting race for the 6 through 15 place.
Technology on the chairs, has it changed over the last few years, or pretty much the same as it has been?
No, we've seen a shift for some athletes toward a monocoque single carbon fiber racing chair. A couple different manufacturers that are developing, producing those, and so some of whom have had significant performance impact on performances in a positive way.
So as we look at them right now, as they are getting in the position to begin, what's going through many of their minds?
I think for some, it's just for those who are in the lead is to clear themselves from the traffic. It can be a little hairy coming off that first little curve. And insofar as if you have aspirations of breaking course record, you want to be off the front end and you want to have some clearance and an open line to the open path to the finish line, especially leading into that first downhill.
All right, we are getting set and ready to go for the beginning of the wheelchair racers.
And we're off.
They are off indeed. How long will it take them to reach Piedmont Park, where we are sitting right now?
Well, and if the day is good, we'd hope to see them in the low 18 minutes. Sorry.
A lot of jockeying at this point, a lot of strategy, or is this just trying to get out of there cleanly?
Just trying to get out clean, establishing your position in the pack in a way. And now you can see they'll kind of pull up here as they have to steer around the bend. We see Josh Cassidy with an early lead. And Josh has won this race. He's one of those athletes that has gone under 19 minutes in a 10K. He knows how to win. We have Alex DePon on the side. And then Daniel Romanchuk is just coming off. You see Cassidy pulling off, letting Daniel have a clear line to the front. Aaron Pike immediately behind Daniel. So I think those two, once we really get into some higher speeds, are going to have a little bit of a break.
We have the women that are getting underway right now. And what are we expecting to see from them,
so
the ladies?
I think this race really is Susanna's race. I don't know that there's anyone in this field that can touch her. So for her, it's more a matter of her challenging that course record, which I think she has a reasonable shot at breaking today.
So as we're watching this, what do you think, or what do you expect to be the most challenging aspect of the race for both the men and the women today?
It's always the climbs. It's always the climbs. Jumping in One of the former great champions, Krieg Shabor, always said that the race really started at 5K, and it does. It does. That's where the climbs start, and there are athletes who descend very well, who may get to the bottom of the hill first, but there's enough climbing from 5 to 10K that those imbalances will be neutralized, and you'll end up with athletes who climb a little bit better that will finish ahead of those that descend a little better. So the athletes that have a good combination of both, who can descend well and climb well, that end up winning this race.
So you see someone so dominant like Romanchuk has been, and we've seen him here at Peachtree over the years, where he just blows by the field.
Yep.
Is his training different? Is he just a stronger guy, or is he more determined?
He's been blessed with a genetic skill set that lends itself to the sport, and he's leveraged those talents with hard work, discipline, and mental fortitude, and so he trains with Aaron Pike. So they train together in Champaign and know each other well, and share a lot of the same training philosophy, and as I said, their day-to-day routine is very similar, So we have a breakaway pack 4 with the men's side. That's Daniel Romanchuk in the front, Aaron Pike right behind him, Alex Dupont, he's a Canadian athlete, and Josh Cassidy as well, 2 Canadians and 2 Americans. All 4 are Paralympians, and each has a pretty stacked resume. As I said, on the women's side, as I expected, Susanna's made a pretty clean breakaway, and will carry that lead through the rest of the race.
And you know, when you talk about Romanchuk, I mean, here's a guy who has won Peachtree in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2021. You like his chances today as well. I mean, he's so dominant; it's unbelievable.
Yeah,
really.
well, he's been winning it since he won the junior division, I think, in 2016, we've always known that he had the ability and the potential to do something great in the sport, and he's realized that.
And he won the New York Marathon recently, too.
He has. He won the Chicago Marathon last fall. He ran into Marcel Hug in both Tokyo and the Paralympic Games and in the Marathon Major Series in the fall. But did hand Marcel his only loss, and that was at the Chicago Marathon last fall.
I think sometimes you look at Romanchuk and you look at all that he's accomplished. The guy's only 23 years of age, you know.
It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe.
The motivation seemingly may be an issue for him, because if you're that dominant, the only standard is yourself.
Possibly. I think there's enough. At that level, there's always enough guys who are knocking you around that if you have a slightly bad day, you may not win, and that's the case with Daniel. I think training with Aaron every day, that's a case in point where if Daniel has an off day, Aaron's right there to jump out in front of him and remind him that work needs to be done.
And by training, are we talking about just lifting weights, or are we talking about actually getting out there?
90% of their training is in the racing chair, so they'll train up to 100 to 120 miles of quality effort each week, and then they balance that out with training in the weight room.
If you're doing that number of miles, is it difficult to keep them safe from vehicles? I mean, you're really going to be in a lot of high traffic situations.
That's a real challenge. That's a real challenge and a real concern, and we, they do everything they can to ensure that they're visible and safe. Oftentimes they train in groups if possible. They have flags that increase their visibility, but you do have to cross your fingers. You hope for the best, and you hope that the drivers are attentive and engaged with what's happening on the road.
And Susanna is coming back from a big crash that she had last fall.
She had a major incident last fall when she was out training by herself. A driver came up and struck her from behind, and thankfully she was okay, other than she had some damage to her back and was in a brace for 3 months. But she was so fit when that happened. She rebounded very quickly. It wasn't very long after she got the brace off. She was back full time into her training, And by March was already back into racing New York City Half Marathon.
And crushing it.
And won, yeah. And won.
Yeah, I know that she has
just
told me she's come back from it, and she's been excited to, have the second chance to really see what she wanted to do in the sport, and she has just been nailing it every time. She's happy, she's getting married, all these fun things.
Right, yeah, lots of good things.
Yeah, when you're happy, you run fast.
She does, absolutely.
I did want to ask you were talking about some of the chair not making it.
Yeah.
What kind of impact is that having on this race, or do you think it has an impact on the...
Yeah, very significant. Marcel is definitely the top male in the world at the moment, and has been since last August in Tokyo. As I said, he's only lost once, and that was to Daniel in Chicago. Otherwise, he's run the table.
Giving Daniel a run for his money today.
He's run the table. He would absolutely would have.
Too. He's 10 years older than
he is. And Marcel's been and Marcel's the same. He's been around so long. I feel like he's still in his 20s, but he's not. He's in his 30s. But
yeah, we certainly hate to hear that.
But he, it really is unfortunate that the chair wasn't here and he wasn't able to race, because that would have changed the dynamic of the race, and I think it would have been very interesting.
And is he the only one, or are there others as well?
We had there were 3 other athletes who also had issues with their chairs being transported and making it here, and so another Swiss athlete, Patrice Hs, also. Was slated to race and possibly would have been in the mix with the women. I don't know that she would have challenged Susanna, but certainly a podium finisher, and her chair as well did not make it. And so really unfortunate.
All right. Well, we are going to continue to monitor all of these amazing athletes right here for the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. We'll be right back after this.
Helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and...
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning.
And welcome back to the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. Our race is underway with our wheelchair athletes, men and women, already going on this beautiful day. The sun is coming up. It's getting lighter out here. It's getting a little cooler. We've been talking about the humidity all day. Feels a little bit better out there. So is that going to help the athletes?
I mean, if it's going to get a little less humid, I think that's what's going to help. But I don't know if we're going to get that.
You're right. I might have misspoke. It's not going to get cooler, but the humidity is going to improve.
It does feel, though. You know, when it's damp like that, you can feel a little bit like it's cooling you off. But I do think for the runners, at least, they're going to feel it. So, unfortunately, the good thing is there's no sun out.
Not
That's
yet.
nice.
Not yet.
It's not really a dry heat, is it?
No, not at all. I was teasing. I said, God, it's kind of cold out here. And a couple people looked at me like, aren't you from Minnesota?
You're from Minnesota.
Yeah.
You know, we understand.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, take a look at the numbers right now. You can see at the bottom of your screen, the men are closing in. They're about 3/4 of the way through, and the women now making about the halfway mark. You want to do a little tea reading here with the numbers? Impressed by what you're seeing so far or not?
Yeah, you know, at 11 minutes, I'm not necessarily sure a course record is going to happen today. We'll see how things continue to shape up. You see Daniel Romachuk's got a significant gap, and before we went to the break, he was actually off the screen, and Aaron Pike and Josh Cassidy had broken away. But as we expect, and that's generally the case, Daniel's strength as a descender relative to those two is a little less so, but he shines when the climbs start. And you can see that here. You can see that here. The rest of the pack that had broken off with him is not in sight. So, as I said, as Creek said, the race really does start at 5K, and that's where the final results begin to settle in place. And as we expected, Susanna's got a nice clean break and has actually passed most of the men's field, I think, at this point. So,
and we do want to pop in here and give you a little information at the bottom of your screen, the record information. The men's record is actually 18:11, and the women's is 21:28. So we did want to let y'all know about those numbers. We think those are for previous year, but we don't want to mess up the count that's going right now. So those are the numbers that we are shooting for the records. Again, those are the changes that we have right there.
Yeah. So you can see both with Daniel and Susanna, through those climbs, they maintain a really high cadence. So the real value when you're climbing in a racing chair is to limit the amount of time you're off the ring and actively applying force to the hand ring. That's because you just don't get any momentum. You don't get any rollout between strokes. At higher speeds, those cadences, the number of strokes they put in slows down a little bit, but that's because they're going faster and the chair's rolling more between active pushes. That's not the case when they're climbing. And now you can see Daniel, as he's cresting and starting to descend a little bit. You can see that stroke lengthens out. He spends a little bit more time in what we call the recovery phase, so that's just when they're not in contact with the hand ring. And so that's a key. That's a key to a good climber.
Am I wrong about this? I don't see wheelchair racing for the most part, except on July 4th.
Yeah.
And I have seen a lot of these over the years.
Yep.
But the strategy seems to look different than it did, say, 15 or 20 years ago. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think in terms of the way they interface with the stroke and the wheels. Yeah, and that is a product of the changing in the way that they sit in the chair. The seating and positioning in the chair has changed over the last decade, over the last 2 decades. But probably more important, the technology that they use on their hands. So the gloves are significantly different than they were 15 years ago when they were rubber and leather and sewn together. Now these athletes use 3D printed multi-material gloves that are custom fit to each athlete's hand size, but also their pushing preferences. So they can have a glove that is very specific to the way that they like to push and the way that they like to strike the hand ring on the wheel.
How expensive are the chairs?
The chairs can be anywhere from $4,000 up to $40,000. So there's a little.
Is that an unfair advantage for some who have more money?
Well, I think there's a possibility that a statement like that could be made, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with it.
Sorry to play the role of district attorney.
But Susanna's in a new chair
she
now,
is,
currently, right?
Yep.
And she's
Susanna,
actually racing in it today.
She started racing with Honda last year and is racing in that frame today.
Yeah, it's brand new, she said. I saw her post on Instagram, and she's so excited
really
to test it out.
She has, and she really has responded well. I think certain athletes tend to respond better to those types of frames than other athletes, and she's been a very good responder.
And Daniel is an engineering guy, so he loves thinking about the new technology and how to be better out there.
He's always tinkering, and he'll spend weeks down in St. Petersburg with the builders, manufacturers, figuring out how to fine tune his wheels and his chair. So
we can't
he does
say
enjoy
enough good about Shepherd Center as well, and
absolutely,
what they've meant to
absolutely.
the history of this event, and the way they have changed so many lives around the world, and their continuing influence not only here in Atlanta but everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Shepherd and Peachtree are a part of the history of our sport, an integral part of the history of the sport of wheelchair road racing, and I think probably the most significant and impactful point on this race is when the athletes climb up Cardiac right in front of Shepherd Center, in front of those who are newly injured, and having been in that situation personally and newly injured with spinal cord injury, I know the power and the impact and the significance of having that opportunity to see athletes and just seeing what the possibilities are and the opportunities with sport. And I can't speak highly enough of how impactful that is and how important it is.
They're going to spend some time over at the Shepherd Center afterwards.
We are. And that's another one of my favorite part of this race is that we have a brunch where we get to mingle and meet some of the newly injured
and we're getting closer and closer.
We're getting closer and closer.
1,000 meters.
So I take it back. He may have a really good shot at 17:10. So we have a little bit of a downhill, then there's a little climb, a little bump, another descent, a climb and descent, and so it can be pretty fast. So at 17:20, 18:11 is the men's course record. So let's see.
$53,000 on the line. Yes, they will split that purse if somebody breaks it, or more than 2 or 3 or 4 break it. They'll split that purse. But
it looks like it's just going to be his.
They get it all.
You never know.
I know. So we got. You can see he's on this little bit of climb, and then we'll see him here at the finish line here shortly.
I think we can see the lights.
Cresting up over top of this hill.
Talking about how strong Daniel Romanchuk is. It's amazing.
It is.
We see him come in.
When I speak with him, I joke. I say when everyone else is climbing a hill, for you it looks like you're still pushing on flat ground. He's so strong. He's so strong.
I mean, the biceps. Looks like a prize fighter.
Yeah, he is.
He's going to just
long
miss
arm.
it.
He's got a wingspan that's 7 foot tall, and so long arms. Looks like he's a little bit off that course record. As I said, I think the winds are probably not as favorable today as they were in 2019 when that record was set. But
so here comes Daniel Romanchuk, 23 years of age, from Champaign, Illinois. He has won it before: 2017, 2018, 2019, 2021, and 2022.
Congratulations to him. That's amazing.
This is the climbs are that's his strength, and he leveraged that today. And then same with Susanna, very, very good climber, and very strong on the flats.
What I love about Susanna is she's not only good on the track, she's good all the way up to the marathon distance, but they use all of those distances to be better at this 10K, the 5Ks, all of it. I mean, it all goes hand in hand.
Absolutely. The nature of this sport, which makes it distinct from running, is that in order to be a great marathon, you have to also be a very good 800-meter athlete on the track, because the speeds and the demands are the same. So that is one of the ways that Susanna trains is primarily as an 800 to 1,500-meter runner would. A little more volume on the road, of course, to be ready for the marathons, but.
And we've got more of our men's
Aaron Pike
racers coming through now.
Place. Aaron's having a great season. He just set the course record at the Grandma's Marathon 2 weeks ago in 1 hour 20 minutes.
And is this how you were thinking things would shake out?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm good when they make me look good. It's a good day, right?
And we are still watching the women continue to make their way toward Piedmont Park, getting closer as well.
Yeah, that is Susanna Scaroni from Urbana, Illinois. How far is that from Champaign?
It is right next to it. It's the same. She it looks like she turned at 19. She's got to break 21:28. Yeah, 21:28. So I think it looks good for Susanna, frankly. And she's run in June, she's already run 2 sub-22-minute 10Ks, so she's ready. She's really in a good position.
The best she's ever done in Peachtree was a 9th place finish. So this will be something that she will save.
This has been her year. This has been her year. She
and
really
we see her
had
coming through the rainbow crosswalk. She'll be there shortly.
And was decisive in her victory, and I'd say she looks like she's cruising to a course record here.
Well, she's coming off a world record that she set. Was it in Switzerland?
Yeah.
When she was on the track there,
yeah,
and then
set a world record in the 5,000 this spring.
Yeah, I mean, she's just having this season where every time she toes the line, she's ready to roll, and she is doing great things.
Yeah. Yeah, and no one deserves it more than Susanna. She has paid her dues.
Yeah.
Put in the time.
And she won the event in 2018. So here she goes at the age of 30.
Second win. And we'll see how far under that course record she'll be. So her best time is a 2011. I'm sorry, a 21:10 in a 10K. So she may be challenging that today. It looks like.
And here she comes. That record is 21:28 for the women.
Oh, I'm just so excited for her. She's been through so much this year.
Yeah, it's been a year for her. And she'll
and here she comes.
Easily fly under that course record.
Susanna Scaroni is your winner. She does it with a time of 21:14.76.
And that looks like that beats the record, 21:28.
Yep, she did. So
All right, so we're going to send things over now to our Jerry Carnes. He has Daniel, our multi-time winner here for the AJC Peachtree Race wheelchair. Jerry, go ahead.
5 times Daniel Romanchuk has won this thing. First time, I think you were 19 years old, maybe 18. I don't know. You're such a young guy, and you're a Superman. I'm telling you, you were just so impressive. How is it that you find a way to win this thing time after time, and a significant victory this time?
Hey, I grew up hearing stories about the Peachtree, and so it's just always been on my list of races to go to, and. I think it's multiple things down from my youth, giving me kind of an amazing foundation, and Adam just fine-tuning those skills.
How has your training for this changed year after year as you've gotten a little bit older? Not that I'm calling a 23-year-old old, but you have matured. How has your training for this and preparation changed?
Not too much. I like to get out on some hills before anything like this, and so that's really been kind of what I've done for. Since I've started.
Congratulations, Daniel Romanchuk, 5 times winner of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. Good job.
Thank you.
Well, he makes it look so easy. They may have to change the name of this race to the Romanchuk 10K,
Yep, they may have to. They may have to. Yeah, he did exactly what we expected he would do, which is once those climbs hit, it was Daniel's day, and that was what we expected.
That was your advice, Coach, was get to the hill and then really
Always
make the move?
For him. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
All right, and we see the women's elite right here. They're about to get started in just under 30 seconds or so. So this is the next portion of what we're going to be watching with this 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. We see the ladies stepping up to the line. What are we expecting here, Carrie?
Man, there are so many great athletes on the line right now, but I think the one we have to really watch is the winner from 2019. She's a course record holder, Bridget Koskai. She is going to be one that is ready to tackle the race. The course record is on the line, obviously. Thinking about that, but she wants this win because there are so many other athletes that have such pedigree, and she would love to be able to beat. So the woman that I think that is going to be her main competition,
and we're underway right now, Carrie.
Yep, right here. Senberry Teferi. She is the name to watch. She's another world record holder, but in the 5K. So we have the world record holder from the marathon, and then we have the world record from the 5K. So these two are clashing over 10K. So it's fun to see the defending champion toe the line and take off here, but also to see some other athletes behind her.
So what do you think about the conditions that they're running in right now? We said it's a little
thick.
It's thick. That's a good way to put it. It's thick out here, but also the sun is isn't all the way up like some of the general racers that we'll see later on in the day. So does that kind of help them a little?
Yeah, I mean, the earlier the better, right? You know, for any distance event, it always feels nice to get underway because things can happen. But also the humidity can burn off a little bit. So hopefully that happens for the people that are finishing a little later in the day. But as I was looking at my phone, 75 degrees right now, but 91% humidity. So it is really going to be a tough thing. And this is what you have to do. When it's hot, your heart rate already starts to climb. So, and when it's humid, it really starts to climb. So we want to make sure that you stay within yourself, you stay hydrated, and you try not to work too hard too early. I mean, listen, this is a quick race for the elites, right? They're going to be done in 30 minutes, but they need to just make sure that they stay within themselves. Really, maybe on that downhill, just kind of let the course go, let them get through the course, and then start to hammer those last 3 miles.
And so you said about 30 minutes, that's what you're expecting.
Yeah, well, the course record is 30:22, and we know there's a lot of money now. Susanna broke the record in the wheelchair race for the women, so she will have to share this prize purse of $53,000 if someone else breaks it. I do believe that they have a chance, though. Even though we've talked a lot about the weather, they're running in different shoes now, and we've talked about technology on the wheelchair athletes. We also have them in the runners as well. There's carbon-plated shoes that everyone is wearing now.
Okay.
In 2019, we might have seen a few athletes from one shoe company that were allowed to wear it, but now everybody is wearing it. The title shoe sponsor, Adidas, they have their great shoes now too, so everyone is caught up, and it's a different ball game now.
What else is new? What other technology is there out there that's going to help these athletes?
Well, you know, there's all kinds of new technology, whether it's, you know, breathing strips or different gear that we're wearing. But I think the main thing right now that in the running world is these shoes. They really are. Everyone is breaking every record out there because of them.
Wow. That's amazing. And we are getting closer and closer to the national anthem. We'll take you to that full when it gets underway. Maybe about a minute or so from the national anthem. Is there anything else that we should be looking for as we get ready?
Well, we're looking at the men's race right here, and we have the defending champion. Well, not defending. Yes, we do have the defending champion, Sam Shalenga, but we also have the course record holder and the champion from 2019, Ronix Kipruto. So, I mean, just stellar fields. Atlanta Track Club brought together these amazing fields, both domestically and internationally. And so, you know, we always have a great show here, but this year it's going to be phenomenal.
All right, we're going to stand by because we have the national anthem coming right now.
Rachel Norman grew up in Loganville, Georgia. Loves traveling, running, singing. She is here with her dad and runs the Peachtree every year. You all are excited. You all are ready. Let's give yourselves and Rachel a huge round of applause. So we have just a few seconds. All right, if we could please present the colors. What are we?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise and welcome to the 53rd running of your Atlanta Journal-Constitution Peachtree Road Race. Come on!
Baby, this is what you came for.
So we were already underway, but we are officially underway now with the national anthem and that flyover there.
You know, we always have that contest on 11 Alive every year about, you know, can you sing the anthem? Can you compete against others? And they get better and better each and every year. That was a wonderful rendition.
We do really have some amazing entrants each and every year for that and for the AJC Peachtree Junior, for the Peachtree Road Race Junior race.
And the flyover is so stirring always. It's so great to see that. Great stuff. Good
so
stuff.
we've got about 3 minutes until our men's elite runners get underway. We've got the ladies that we can see that are already running. Carrie, do you think things are shaking out how you would expect them to at this point?
Well, we have Mary Mananu in the lead here, and then right behind her, Bridget Koskai in the orange top, and then right next to her in the Adidas top is Sunbury Teferi. Those are the 2 athletes that on paper we want to watch. They are the world record holders, but there's so many others that are right there with them that have just as good a shot at winning this race. You know, the woman I'm going to look at next to Teferi is Fancy Chimutai. She was 3rd here in 2019, so she was right there, close to that record as well, pushing Bridget Koskai all the way to the end. It was a very, very tight race on the women's race that year. But Rosemary Wanjiro's in this pack. She has also run well under 30 minutes for 10K. She also has amazing track speed. So we have to remember that this is a race that has hills, but you also have to have speed behind it. But then on the flip side, you have to have the strength to get through it. So it is a race course that really kind of, I don't know, it's just a great equalizer for all athletes. You know, we're gonna see a lot of 5K, 10K athletes that have moved from the track to the roads in this pack, but we're also gonna see marathoners that come down that can equally run as fast as these tracksters. So great athletes all together, really exciting.
For someone who's maybe not as familiar with racing, and you see them all packed in there together, what's the thought behind that?
You know, they're all trying to just let this course get underway, really, in these first initial miles. They want to let the first 3 miles come to them. They're thinking about trying to stay relaxed. They're thinking about staying together. They are wondering who's around them, and you can see the top hitters are the ones that are right next to each other, keying off of every single move. But right now, I think it's, you know, we're just in the first 10 minutes of the race. They're thinking about when is that move, what's my strategy. They're working on their mental game, and they're trying to stay as relaxed as possible.
Is that something that you kind of figure out once you're in the race, or is it something you can kind of pregame your strategy?
Oh no, you are visualizing they have been thinking about Peachtree for a long time, and they have been visualizing this course. A lot of them yesterday had not seen it yet, and they wanted to get out to see it. They'll run on it. They want to know where potholes are. They got to know it all.
All right, and we see the men lining up over there. About 30 seconds until the men are going to get underway. So we're going to watch that there. What are we expecting on the men's side?
Well, I mentioned Rodnix Caputo. He is the guy that won here in 2019. He set that course record, but right with him is going to be Kibiwat Candy. He's beaten him a couple times. He is a former world record holder in the half marathon. So again, a longer distance guy coming down. We have some great American athletes. Sam Chalanga, like I said, won here last year. We have Abdi Rahman there in the USA kit. We have Connor Mance right next to him, who is the up-and-newcomer. So many great names.
And we got a little less than 5 seconds, and here we get ready to go with the men, and they are off right now. So this is an exciting moment. What can you say about this field? I mean, we're watching a lot of people. You mentioned that we've had a lot of folks that are winners in so many other different races and other disciplines of the race. What are we expecting here today?
Well, I think on the men's side, I think there's a lot of people that are coming here. A lot of athletes are coming here hoping to win the race, right? That's straight up the point. They want to get to the finish line and break the tape. But there's also some other things happening. There's a new rivalry between Ronix Kipruto and Kibiwat Candy. Now, obviously, there's other athletes in this field that can beat those two big names, but they are the two guys. They both run for Adidas or Adidas. We say Adidas here in America. It's Adidas in Germany, where it's where the headquarters are. But those two athletes have really built this rivalry where they can run together over the half marathon distance, but then they come together in 10K and they really battle it out. So we've seen them now. They just ran the Kenyan trials for the World Championships, which are coming here to the U.S. next month or this month. It's already July. This month in Eugene, Oregon. And both of those guys didn't make the team. Kibiwat won his trials but did not have the time standard. And then we have Ronix Kipruto, who finished 6th there. So I think that those two are keying off each other. They have this rivalry now where they want to beat each other, and they know if they beat each other, they're going to run fast.
Okay, we're going to send things over now to Jerry, who's got our women's finisher. Jerry?
That's right. We're with Susanna Scaroni, who wins her second AJC Peachtree Road Race, the first in 2018, but this time a record. It's official, 21:18, a course record here. How'd you do it? How'd you feel? What'd you do to prepare, and how did you get that record?
My preparation for this race has been, it's the culminating end of a long season of racing every weekend for about 6 weeks, and training with my teammates back in Illinois. Also, I know this course. I have done 3 10Ks now this month. And so just kind of feel very good in the mindset of pacing a 10K. And I was in that race 3 years ago when we broke the course record the first time. And so I knew how hard I had to go today. So that was just everything I expected to do.
And you're one of those wheelchair athletes who likes uphill. That's where you're strongest. So this course kind of seems designed for you.
Yeah, exactly. There's a good uphill for me to just get really smooth and try to keep my speed high. And several downhills that I'm pretty good at coasting as well. So it was perfect day for me.
Perfect day. A little bit warm, a little bit humid, but you were able to survive that and win this.
Yeah, exactly. And I train in Illinois where it's hot and humid as well, so we were well prepared for this race.
Susanna, congratulations. A course record, 21:18, only 8 seconds off of your PR, so good luck to you in the future.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
All right, guys, thank you very much. When you think about the great women's racers at this event over the years, there are two that come immediately to mind. Both have won the women's division 5 times. Lorna Kiplagat and Gail Barron.
Yeah.
Gail Barron, a University of Georgia graduate, is now 77 years of age. And a real trailblazer. I mean, she did things that women hadn't done prior. I think sometimes that is lost on so many people about what she means not only to the state, but to the sport of running as well.
Oh, you are so right. I mean, it's spot on, right? Title IX, we're celebrating 50 years this year, and that's what it's all about, is going back and realizing that these women that paved the way, we don't know all their stories. So a woman like Gail, who came out here and led the way, Lorna Kiplagat, what a name. And that was the record that Bridget Kosgei beat. I mean, we have to really say thank you to all the women. In 1972, when we saw all these athletes toe the line at Boston and in New York, and then they started running all these 10Ks and things, it is so important, and I can't thank them enough. As a professional female athlete, this is what I did for my career for many years. My mom never got to play a sport.
Yeah.
And so, yes, mention Gail all the time, because it is because of women like her that we're able to do
Gail's
this.
last victory was at Boston in 1978, and the thing about Gail Barron is she was such an ambassador for the sport. And I know that's a cliche, but she was such a major star in Atlanta in the 1970s and 80s.
Yeah.
She was an A-list celebrity. I mean, I also worked with her a little bit over at the other television station, and she was just terrific on television as well.
Yeah. When you have a voice, you need to use it, right? And we also can learn from the actions of others, and it was really important for what they did then, not just for athletics, right? Yeah. But for women in general. I mean, we need to do that, and we're continuing to do that. But it's been a really powerful year for all of us to be able to hear the stories of women, especially in my sport, because that's my passion, right? But just to hear how hard they fought for us women on the track, on the courses, but off of it as well. I mean, just amazing people, and I'm very, very thankful.
Yeah. We're about 15 minutes into the women's elite race so far. And Kara, we were talking about the course earlier. You were talking about the women wanting to get out and see it for the first time. Some of these women have run this race before, but what's different each time about getting out and checking out the course? What's different every year?
Well, the course doesn't change, but you know, the actual road can change. So I do think they need to pay attention to that. So a lot of us athletes will go out and we'll see, you know, have the potholes been filled? You know, what is happening? But the big thing that has happened with a lot of these athletes is they had terrible travel coming in. They spent 20 hours in different airports. So a lot of the athletes didn't have that extra day to get out on the course. So they were going to hopefully go for a drive and be able to just see it even through the car. But I know a lot of them were going to do a shakeout on the run yesterday and at least see that first 3 miles, because it is to get significantly downhill until you get to Cardiac Hill. And then when you climb, you got to kind of think of it as 2 races. Get through the first part of the race, and then after the climb, you have to regroup both physically and mentally, and then start hammering home. And then, you know, this last little bit, I think the last turn onto 10th, right, is 1,000 meters. And that 1,000 meters, you can see the finish line for a long ways. And when you're running at top end speed, you have to know exactly where you're at. And we saw that in the women's race in 2019 when they set the course record. There was so many back and forths because people didn't understand how close it was or how far they were from the finish line. So it is crucial to see the course.
That's a good point. And we were talking about the potholes earlier. They're not just annoying for drivers. It's also a big issue for these racers.
Well, a lot of times you're in a big pack like the women are right now, and you're just focusing on what's going on and in front of you or around you, not necessarily looking down. You know, I think that they've taken care of the course real well. The Atlanta Track Club goes out and looks at it, but it's nice for us athletes to see any type of little up or down in the course. So they definitely, they're students of the sport, and they really want to make sure they know what they're doing. They work very hard. They travel long ways. They're leaving children at home. You know, it's not just, oh, let's just go and run a race every weekend. There's a lot that goes into it. A lot of money on the line as well.
Okay, so we see the women are about 17 and a half minutes into the race. What about the men? They're still under 10 minutes into their leg.
Yeah, and the men are starting to kind of stretch it out, as we saw in that last shot. They're stretching it out a little bit. I think it was Candy that's leading that front push there. And, you know, this is not surprising to see Kibawat Candy. He was very, very confident yesterday when we spoke to him. He said the weather's going to be fine. I train in this. I get up early, or I go at 11 o'clock in the afternoon or in the morning when he's back home in Africa training. But he said, I'm not worried. I'm not worried that I sat in an airport for 20 hours.
That's a great attitude to have.
But Ronex Cabruto did talk about his travel issues. And to me, maybe that got into his head a little bit. So when Candy was saying, I'm fine, his confidence is there. He's beaten Ronex a few times. Maybe he has a little bit of an edge there, but Ronex also has that edge that he wants to get back on top.
And Ronex won in 2019. He set the course record. And where does he stand now as far as the course record? Is it too early to get any indication on that? What's your view of that?
You know, I haven't been able to see the mile markers, and I haven't gotten an update exact on time, but these athletes are so good, and they are running times. I mean, Ronex Cabruto's PB or PR, personal record, personal best, is 26:54. He's the world record holder on the road. So for him to he can run 27 minutes. We know that. We've seen him do it. We've seen him do it multiple times. So that is on the mind. $53,000, they know. They don't know that Susanna Scaroni broke it already, so they're thinking about that. And, you know, let's face it, that's part of the game.
Of course.
You know, you want to think about running fast and winning races, but you also have to make a living. And so they're thinking about that.
We were talking about the packing of the runners. I was looking at the men a little while ago, and they were kind of in a line. They were kind of spaced out, but now they're starting to kind of group together a little bit. What's going on there?
Well, I think some of these athletes have to push a little earlier, and that's the one thing that's different. You know, we're going to talk a lot about Kibawat Candy. He is a guy that can run so fast on the track, but he also is the former world record holder. He's the first man to ever break 58 minutes over the half marathon.
Oh, wow.
I know. He's made history already. But this is his distance. And he's not going to really want to keep it real close for that finishing kick. He wants to push it a little bit further out earlier on. So I'm not surprised to see him up here.
All right, we are going to take a break right now. This is the 53rd running of the Peachtree Road Race, the AJC Peachtree Road Race. You are watching it live and direct on 11 Alive. We'll take a break. We're back right after this.
Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you...
And welcome back to the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. We are well underway. Our wheelchair finalists have done their jobs, and we've got the men's and women elite underway right now. Carrie Thompson joining us. Carrie, let's talk about what we're seeing with the women. They're getting closer and closer, and we've been talking a lot about the conditions outside. What's the impact of the weather on these runners, both the women and the men?
Well, a lot of them are coming from Africa, so they have been able to train in some humidity. It's rainy over in Kenya right now, so they have maybe a little bit cooler temperatures, but they weren't too surprised or too bothered by the humidity. You know, they come over and run a lot of races. For instance, Senberi Teferi, who is in the blue Adidas kit right there, she's leading. She's the 5K world record holder on the roads for 5K, but she has been over here and raced and set record after record. She's run in Boston, she's run in New York, she's run twice in New York this spring, and so they have, you know, felt some humidity. They have felt what it's like to be over here in the spring. Now it's warm. It's 75 degrees, so it's a little bit warmer than they saw earlier in the spring here, but this woman is so fit, and when you are so fit, the humidity doesn't quite creep into your I guess it doesn't really bring that heart rate up as fast as it will the masses, right?
Look, nothing that we can
Yeah, I mean, I hate to
imagine.
say it, it's kind of hard to even get out because you want to say it nicely, but, you know, even for me now, as I'm not as fit as I was when I was an elite, I feel the humidity a lot more. So these athletes, they can cool, their body temperatures can come down a little bit quicker than it can for somebody that's not running quite as fast.
And we're talking about the World Championship. That's going to be here this year, is that right?
Yeah, the World Championships are in Eugene, Oregon for the track, and they'll also have the marathon on the road.
Okay.
So yeah, they're going to be in Eugene in a couple weeks, and the world's best in the U.S. has a great team, but obviously it's going to be competitive over every distance, every event on the track.
What sort of living do these runners make as they motor around the circuit in the United States during the summer?
Well, listen, you know, when you have races like the AJC Peachtree Road Race, it helps so much. And so they not only have a shoe contract, they will have other, you know, income coming in from different companies that they're sponsored by, but then they get prize money and appearance fees a lot of times, and then they're chasing after records like we have here, where they're so lucky to get an extra bonus. So.
And how long do careers go? Into your early 30s?
Well, we've talked about Abdi Rahman, who is in the guy in the USA chest or USA kit. He's run here, I think this is his 9th time, and he's a 5-time Olympian, and he's 45 years old, and he's still running.
Rare.
So, you know, that's rare, yeah. But I would say, today, you really see a lot of the elites coming around, running, very well from 23 to about 33, 35. But we're seeing a resurgence with this new technology. We talked a lot about that.
Talking about those shoes.
Not only does it help you run faster, it helps you recover better in training and in racing. So athletes are able to race more, train harder, go further, and go longer, no matter how old you are. So the one thing, though, we did talk about, you talked about Romanchuk, the male winner in the wheelchair division. It is a hard mental game as well. It's not only that you want to train hard, but you have to train your brain for it. And it is hard to get up and when I say get up, I mean get excited, get going year after year. So for a guy like Abdirahman to be making his 5th Olympic team at the age of 43 years old, that was something we don't see very often. We might not see again.
For sure.
The issue of drug testing has become so important also in all sports.
It's huge.
Is that a big issue here as well?
Yes, for sure. I mean, when you're setting records and you have, so much on the line, you have to be able to test these athletes. And I am a clean athlete. I believe in a clean sport. There's some people that say, let's just let it be open and do whatever. But I think that it's important to be able to have an equal playing field, and it doesn't always happen. People,
unfortunately,
slide through the cracks, but fortunately, we have a lot of people that stand behind that here at Atlantic Track Club and around the world.
All right, so let's talk about this set of brothers that we've got.
Yeah, so Ronix Kipruto is the older brother, and his younger brother, Bravin Kiptu, he is in this race as well. So those two know the streets of Atlanta. They ran very well together. And I don't see Kiptu in the picture right here. But this is big. Ronix Kipruto is putting on this initial push to the finish line.
We see him right
he's
there,
working up this hill, and he's trying to go for it. But on the women's side, we need to keep real close here. They're getting ready to turn if they haven't already. No, they're going to make this turn
very shortly.
Shortly, yes. And Saberi Teferi is up there, right behind Bridget Koskai.
She's kind of fallen back some.
Yeah, she's right there. She's right behind. You can't see her. She's right tucked in behind Bridget Koskai. And this is where Bridget Koskai made the move last time. Right when she made the turn, she started to push, and she needed to push early. And then that's Fancy, I believe, right to her left, who was in that race in 2019. So 2 of the top women right now were in the race in 2019, battling back and forth. But 5 women right now with less than 4 minutes to go is going to be a hot finish.
And I think this is the turn coming up right here.
This is the
that
turn
we
right
always
here.
look for, because this is where you said that they can see the finish line from this point.
Yeah, and
so that really impacts their race.
Yeah, a lot of people are, it looks like, keying off of Bridget Koskai because they saw the race, they've watched it, they know what's happening, and they know that she likes to push. She can come back. It was cat and mouse the entire way. But Sunbury Teferi, this is sort of where she goes. A lot of athletes have been keying off of those 2. Well, there's 5 in this race right now, and all 5 of them have an equal shot at winning this race.
And we're just watching. I mean, this is incredible. We're seeing it looks like changes happening moment by moment here.
And Fancy Chimuta, excuse me, she's right there on the far right. That was Chep. I have to see that name a little bit closer up
very
here.
Very similar in stature, too, aren't they?
Very similar in stature.
Stylistically, very similar as well.
Yep. Chimutai is the one on the right, and she was the one that really made the final push with about 400 to go last in 2019 when they set that course record here.
Yeah.
But Teferi does not like anyone to make any moves.
And we just saw them cross the rainbow crosswalk, so they're getting even closer to this finish line here.
Yeah, we're watching Rosemary Wanjiro on the left there. She is trying to get back up onto Cheptai and Chimutai, but Teferi is the one just a little bit in front. She is the world record holder, Sunbury Teferi. She is the one to beat right now, but we have to say Cheptai is looking very smooth on the left side there in the red kit.
It's absolutely incredible to watch them coming, and we know that they're getting closer and closer. They'll be coming down. We can see the police lights down from the finish line, so we know they're getting even closer.
Cheptai is the one in the middle now, but there's Bridget Koskai. This is exactly what she did in 2019. She pushed and then she relaxed. She pushed again, and she had that final kick. But Cheptai is coming off of the Kenyan trials in just last week, June 25th, where she was 4th. She was 4th on the track there. She ran very well. She has that killer track speed. She has that finishing kick, but this is where we're going to have to see if Teferi can answer this call, because she really pushed hard.
Yeah, they're
here.
fighting for it right now.
Sunbury Teferi, the 5K world record holder, is going strong here. She's got this final downhill. That last uphill really is a tough one, but Sunbury Teferi pushing hard here. Can Cheptai answer? Irene Cheptai is the one to watch. She is in second. Can she get around Sunbury Teferi? I don't think she can.
I don't
Sunbury
know.
Teferi is going hard. Look at that knee drive, her arms, but Cheptai is trying again. It looks as if it's going to be Sunbury Teferi, the world record holder.
That's
and
amazing.
Her time.
That was incredible.
30:49 unofficially, just off, and look at her. She is so happy. She is such a delight. She's just this young, fresh woman that is running so well, setting records. She didn't set the record here today, but she broke the tape. She knows exactly how to run and how to time races. That's what's so important. When you have a pack like we had here in the 2022 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race, you have to know how to time your kick, especially on that finishing 1,000 meters. It's downhill, but there's some bumps in there, and it's a long drive home. Ronix Caputo on the right here.
That was an incredible finish.
It was an incredible finish.
It really was.
It's almost like so fast, I can't get it out.
I know.
Right? Like, it's hard for me to talk. But Ronix Caputo all alone right now. This is the man that came here. He wanted to defend. You know, he's won here once before. He wanted to come back and show everybody that he's still around. He has been he's been beaten a few times this year, and he doesn't like it.
Of course not. And as you mentioned, he is out there by himself at this point, where earlier we were seeing a group of about 4 guys out there that were still leading, and he seems to be out front right now by himself.
I thought he was a little bit vulnerable coming in. I'd like to see how far our second place runner is. But I thought he was a little vulnerable, just with the way that they...
There we stand back there.
We stand back here, and I think that is Kibawat Candy, if I can see just his form and his stature. But
that's somebody else we were watching as well.
Oh, yes. I mean, he is the guy to watch. And right there, I don't like that Ronix Caputo took a look over his shoulder. Sometimes that's, you know, showing that you're a little vulnerable, like I said, looking to see what's happening behind you rather than focusing on what's in front of you. But Caputo is such a great athlete. He's very young. He's only 22 years old. Like I said, he's won here in 2019. He is the world record holder over 10K on the roads. He's run 26:54. But he said he was worried about his travel. He got in about, I guess, less than 48 hours ago. But long travel for these athletes takes about 18 hours to get here. And they spent 20 hours in Doha, I believe, in the airport. So that is tough on them. But they are world-class athletes and people. They know how to handle themselves. He's got a family of runners. His brother's in this race, as I talked about. They have 2 sisters that are back home.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's just fun for them to be so good. But his name, everyone talks about his name, Ronix Caputo. A name, Ronix. Like, nobody has that name, and no one will know what it means. He likes to keep it under wraps. I guess it's a secret. Yeah, he thinks it's pretty cool to not let people exactly know where his name came from.
If you're running at that kind of speed and that kind of level, and you're traveling the country in so many days, how do you stay healthy in terms of diet? How do they monitor that? How do they watch what they eat?
Well, they're very good at what they eat. You know, they think about everything that goes into their body. We talk about it as food is fuel, correct? Like, that's just how it is. And so they need to pay attention to getting in the proper proteins, proper carbohydrates, just making sure that they're eating, especially when they have had 20 hours of disrupted travel.
Right.
That's tough, not only for sleep, deprivation, but also what you're eating. So, you know, he's checking it out. He's really looking behind a lot to see where, if it is Candy, which I think it is behind him, he's got to make sure that he keeps that distance and that pressure on right now, because we know that Kibawat Candy can close and he can kick hard. So this is where Ronix has to keep the pressure on.
So he's about 2 minutes away. We will see if he is able to chase down his own record.
And he's making that turn right now. 1,000 meters to go. He's got a little over 2 minutes to run. You know, when he won and in 2019, he ran 4:21 per mile to set that record. So he has to keep this going. Right now, they're at 25 minutes. Oh, I don't know if they're going to get it, but they're going to be close.
And it looks like he's put even more distance. You see the next closest runner back there several yards.
Yeah, they're pretty far apart right now, and as we said, they have to make a couple ups in this final 1,000 meters.
Let me ask you about the water.
Yeah?
Does that help?
It does help, but you know, a lot of these athletes are so focused that if there were water, they might not even feel it.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't deliberately go over to it, so I'm not sure if he's really concerned about it.
Okay.
Yeah, he probably didn't take any water, like you'll see people in the masses.
Mm-hmm.
But again, he's looking back. He wants to get to that finish line. I think he's got this. He's got to get into his sprint here in the final 600 meters. But he looks good. There's not a lot of grimace on his face. He's been training so hard. These athletes train up to 100 miles a week to run these distances, and he has put in so much work. He's coming from the track. Even though he was 6th at the Kenyan trials, he is using that track speed to be able to turn his legs over on the roads here. This course is fast, even though we have some big uphills.
He's got a smile. He's got a smile. Looks like he's checking out his time there, too.
He's watching his GPS on his watch, making sure that he knows that he's getting closer to this finish line. Again, another look back, but I think he's got this.
And we've seen him just maybe about 30 seconds ago cross through the rainbow crosswalk. So we know he's getting very, very close to us here at the actual finish line as we kind of see that look on his face. You know, not too long ago, he looked like he was smiling. We see him looking down, checking his thing.
Well, he is such a veteran, even at the young age of 22. He's a 2020 Olympian in the 10,000. He's a 2019 World Championship bronze medalist from the 10,000 meters on the track. He's got the fastest 10K on U.S. soil.
Oh, wow.
Nobody's ever run faster than him. So this man has so many accolades, but he has still a little bit of running to go, and I do believe he's got this race wrapped up, though. Look at him come. 27:10 on the clock right now. He's not going to get that record, but he is going to get the win, and he's going to be so pleased. He's been beaten twice by Kibiwat Candy. Today, It's his day. Ronix Kipruto, the champion of the 2022 Atlanta Journal-Constitution Peachtree Road Race.
Just 22 years old. And we've got his brother to watch for as well.
Yep, and Kibiwat Candy, the guy to watch that we said those two, Ronix Kipruto and Candy, go 1 and 2.
He makes
Great
running
race.
So effortless. I mean, it's just incredible. It's like breathing.
Well, you know, they've trained very hard for this. They are kind of freaks of nature, right?
Mm-hmm, for sure.
They are so good. For them to be able to run 4:48 per mile. Oh, excuse me. It's not 4:48. 4:21 roughly per mile. You know, that is so fast and so good. But what I love about them is they have this camaraderie, but also this rivalry.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're sitting in the hotel yesterday, and they're as friendly as ever, but they want to get out here and beat each other so bad, but also just raise the level of competition in distance running. You know, the better they are, the better the world will be.
Yeah.
And so we had just such a fun day watching two of the world's best. I mean, two athletes that have set history already. Ronix Kipruto, the fastest 10K athlete ever on U.S. soil, competing against Kibiwat Candy, who's the first man to break 58 minutes in the half marathon. I mean, it's just phenomenal athletes that Atlanta Track Club brought here today.
I know, a wonderful pool here of men and women, runners and wheelchair athletes that we see year after year from the Atlanta Track Club, and it's always an exciting finish. It's always exciting to see whether or not that record's going to get broken. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the weather had a little bit to do with it, but it was great racing.
Hey, let's get you over to Jerry Carnes now. He's got our elite women's winner, Sinberi Telferi. Actually, he's got the men's winner just now. Hey, Jerry, what have you got there?
Hold on. Hey, we've got Ronix Kipruto. He is he is a tired young man right now. How are you feeling? This was not a record, but certainly a good run by you.
Yeah, it was nice.
You ran the third fastest ever time at Peachtree in this kind of heat. How did you do that?
I'm so happy for today's time. Instead of missing the course record, but also off a night sleep indoor where we missed the flight. Most therefore, I thank race organizer, the people who have cheered me up here, my coaches, Frata Colomanian, and the entire team of St. Patrick's. Also, I will note, I don't want to forget my management. Therefore,
Well, good job. Your brother was chasing you. He was right behind you again.
Yeah, yeah, it's like second room about from Kenya.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
There he is, your winner of the 53rd AJC Peachtree Road Race, Ronix Caputo, with a time of 27:25, third fastest ever here at Peachtree.
Well, Ronix, we're coming at your back.
All right, so the elite runners have done their thing, and they have made their mark once again on the AJC Peachtree Road Race on a day which is relatively cool in terms of temperature, but the humidity is high, and that certainly impacts running at all levels, whether you are someone who struggles to run a 10K or you're one of the world's great athletes.
Well, I think athletes that are, starting the races now have to keep that in mind, keep the water and Powerade and whatever they have out on the course close to them, but they also have to understand that maybe just relaxing a little in the earlier miles will help them in the end. And that's what we sort of saw on both the men's and women's races. We didn't see somebody attack super hard early on. They want to make sure they keep their energy systems down a little bit so that when that heat and humidity start to really rise and they start to feel that their heart rate's going to go up, so they need to just pay attention a little bit
Less
earlier
pressure.
on.
Don't put so much pressure on yourself. We're not in it to finish quickly. We're in it to just finish at all.
The course record bonus is now done. We're
Exactly.
not thinking about that anymore. But, third fastest time ever run on this course by Ronix Caputo. That's pretty amazing, and his record stands. And on the women's side, Simberi Teferi, what a phenomenal sprint finish with 5 women all the way to the line again.
That was an incredible finish.
Yeah, really, really great. And, these athletes are still crossing the line, a little tired, but give them 5 seconds later, and they're all smiles
I know.
again. So
we maybe should have tried Ronix a little bit later because he was gassed.
Yeah, he gave praise to the Atlantic Track Club and everyone here. He also was thanking his management. Davor, his agent, is a great guy who brings athletes over here. The title sponsor, Adidas, is his sponsor. So, he was thanking everyone, and that's what a lot of the international athletes like to really do, is give gratitude and thanks to the event that's putting it on. And
is Ronix the best 10K runner that you've ever seen?
I think so. I think this guy he's so young. He's got such a bright future. He came out of the woodwork, actually, in New York City when he ran his very first 10K here in the States, and he just crushed it there. So I think that we are seeing somebody that is so, so good that we will not forget that name. His name is unique already, but it's because of the person that's running with it. That's why I think it's really unique.
Yeah, and we are starting to see, I don't know if we want to call them our regular athletes coming through as well. We got our runner cam here, Caitlin Ross and Joe Ripley. And some of these other folks are just starting to make their way across the finish line here as well.
Yeah, and I love the start line. Everyone's dancing. They're feeling good.
The outfits.
Pictures.
This is a good outfit here.
Yeah,
it's a good look.
A lot of these athletes have a lot riding on it, whether it's family competition or if it's a PB of their own that they want to break. But, I've spoken to so many athletes being out here yesterday at the Microsoft Peachtree Junior race, and a lot of the parents were going to run. And so there's a lot riding. And I actually have a couple texts saying, I want to beat my boyfriend, so if he finishes before me.
We got bets riding on.
Yes, they have bets. It's going to be a fun day.
And it's just incredible. It's always amazing to see the crowd, to see the city come together. Everybody out there pushing for their best or just trying to get there at all. It's really incredible, and we are just so happy to share these finishes with you, especially the women's elite was incredible. That was an incredible finish. We're going to send you out to the start line right now where we got another wave about to get underway.
To send another wave. It has been one after another, and it's so much fun here because the music's going, the volunteers are getting them dancing, arms in the air before they ever take off.
We're talking more than 600 volunteers getting the crowd going. We got the DJ, the music has been great, the outfits have been absolutely phenomenal, and just overall, the energy says we are back. Wave 8 all the way to you. At this point, we saw the elite runners hold it down, even breaking some records today.
Yeah.
This is the fun part where people just say, hey, we're just out here having a good time.
No doubt. And we see that. People watching, too. We've been watching this little girl, I think, on her dad's shoulders, and she's been clapping the whole time. She's probably 3 years old, having a great time. They're about ready to set this wave off. Here they go.
And we
Here they go. Here they go.
Absolutely phenomenal time with people just really bringing the energy that says, like, hey, this day is about about making it across the finish line, but also we see a lot of families out here together, generations coming together, people from all walks of life, all 50 states represented, even have someone from Australia. So it's just great to be out here today. And you know what? The humidity, it's a little oppressive, I think the meteorologists say, but we keep getting this slight little breeze every now and again. We're thankful for it every time it comes.
I guess that's the benefit of running. At least if you're moving, you're going to feel a little wind hitting your face as the runners are waving to the camera. I keep looking for the kids. We got 85 kids in the race. 10 years old is the cutoff, and we have one runner today who actually had a birthday yesterday, turned 10 yesterday, so they could run today. So maybe the first of many, many Peachtree Road races in that young person's future.
And as we think about it, people are setting the stage to be a part of those stories that we tell in the future. I've been running the race for 10, 20 years with my mom or with my dad. I just love that in some of these aspects we get to see the beginning of that. So that's a really cool aspect too for us to just, be able to witness.
Yeah, no doubt. We profiled the lead youth ambassadors as a youth development program through sports. CJ Stewart is the coach, and he said to his baseball players, hey, running is a totally different deal. I want you to try this race. He was born and raised in Atlanta, didn't really know that anybody could do it. He started running it. He has his ambassadors running it today. They're in the U-Wave, so we'll be looking for them. So a lot of young people catching the spirit earlier in their lives.
And we saw Mayor Dickens. Unfortunately, he took a little L at midnight basketball, so he's in a boot. But he was sure to come out and cheer on the crowd and announce some of the elite runners and just get us all pumped up. But as we see the waves keep on going, they're getting a little bit more thin.
Yes.
But that means that we're about to start seeing them make those twists and turns.
No doubt. All right, we want to send it to our crew out among all the runners. We've got Joe and Caitlin out on runner cam. I was so excited to see you cross that finish line. How's it been going so far?
So far, we're about a mile and a half in, turning the corner on Peachtree. This is my very first Peachtree Road Race, so this is an incredible experience. The atmosphere and dynamic. You mentioned all walks of life here. Well, how about Callie here? She just really loves Caitlin, but who doesn't, right? Caitlin, how's it going for you so far?
So far, so good. Very sweaty. Right out the gate, we have to mention that our normal crew actually had to dip out. So we've got my husband's good friend, super producer Aaron. So we have an incredible team. If you see us along the course, make time and hopefully make
soon.
I like it.
Oh my gosh. I love it. I should have said, I meant to say start line. I was trying to catapult them an extra 5 miles real fast.
You were just giving them positive energy that they're going to make it across the finish line. Look at this crowd, guys. 47,000 runners, even though we have some virtual. I'm going to say the crowd is back. Look at them. Do you hear it behind us? We have a great announcer, too. He's been awesome with keeping the crowd pumped. Sure that I get the crowd, and we had a lot of politicians line that thinned out, but we got to make sure we give everybody some love, right?
Yeah, no doubt. Senator Warnock passed us with detail like, sorry, if the senator's running, you're going to have to run too. But you do get that sense, Aisha. You're so right. It's like having to wait a little longer to get us back together. That just adds to the excitement today. People were ready to go. Okay, we want to send it to Crash and Christy, who are also out on the course. Last time I saw you both were dancing your way past the start line. I love that you're doing this. And Christy, I know this has been a tradition in the family for a lot of years.
Oh, I've been doing this since I think about 2001 or 2002. So now I'm starting a new generation. 7 months pregnant, we're starting. Yeah, bringing baby along for the walk this time. But Crash, where would you say we are? Maybe almost to mile 1?
Yeah, we're about at mile 1 right now. We're taking it a little bit slower in the D wave, and right now the G wave is catching up to us. In fact, we've got some armed forces on their way right here. So yeah, it's an incredible day. The clouds are kind of keeping that sun down a little bit. It's humid. You can definitely feel the water coming out of your body, but this is an awesome return to Peachtree.
Oh my gosh, it really is. You can feel the excitement. I mean, we were sweating before we even started walking because it is that humid. Thank you guys so much for your service. Hello. And all
these runners. Everybody is so energized. We've already seen a mom and her son, and it was his first Peachtree. We've recognized a few friends along the course already.
A couple of firefighters already came by, and of course, I want to see the classics. We need to look for the Christmas tree, the MARTA bus, and of course, Santa Claus has got to be out here.
Oh, I did talk to the guys, the ones who dress up in elaborate costumes every year. They're out here somewhere, so we'll keep our eyes peeled. Since we get to go a little bit slower this year, we're really taking in all the sights. Guys,
Yeah, if you drop anything, let us know, because we're picking up the rear.
we'll be the lost and found of Peachtree. Guys, back to you.
It's not about how fast you go. It's just being in the race and actually doing it. And we've seen a couple of pretty epic tutus pass by, too.
I mean, how many ways can you rock red, white, and blue? However many ways, we will see them here at the Peachtree. We have all sorts of leggings, shirts, headgear. Cheryl brought us some cute little leis. We're ready. I mean, you know, and we have to keep giving the energy as everyone goes by, because even if you are all the way back to Wave U, you're out here and you're running, and it's going to be even hotter and more humid for you.
No doubt about it. Whatever way you do it, 6.2 miles is a feat, no matter how fast or slow you choose to take it.
The theme of the day is to stay hydrated. We even have our water out here. Look at this crowd. I mean, it is thick. The crowd is just as thick as the air right now.
No doubt. Aisha, one of my favorite things to see is just the diversity in the crowd in every way. Our youngest is 10. Our oldest is 97.
Wow.
We have people from all over Metro Atlanta, far beyond. People who've traveled here from all 50 states and other countries. Coming together to celebrate a day like today and to do it together.
And even the first-timers, we have more than 1,000 first-timers. So if you're watching from the couch, hey, start that running program. Couch to 10K. Download the app and you can start training right now. I feel like this is my third year doing this. And every year we do this broadcast, I say, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. So here's another year of me saying, I'm going to do it. You inspire me. You just went to D.C. to run a race. So I might have to get up off the couch and do it.
That's why I know what I speak of when I say, like, it's not how fast you go. Because I didn't do that half marathon very fast, but at least we finished it.
We want to give a shout out to the walkers. Listening now to Jerry Carnes join with the mayor now, who has made his way to another location. Hey, Jerry.
Hey, we are here with Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. How happy are you to see this race getting back to what it used to be pre-pandemic?
Yeah, I'm super happy. I'm excited. I'm excited for these runners. I'm excited for the Atlanta Track Club, but I'm really excited for the city of Atlanta on display across the world. This is the world's largest 10K, and we got 6 miles of great running in Atlanta's perfect weather. And so for everybody to come back after the pandemic to be in the right form instead of being on a 2-day or being absent, this is what it's all about.
And it's still got a ways to go. I mean, it's still healing a little bit. I think we had 45,000 runners this year, so we're slowly making our way back to that 60,000. You're confident that maybe next year we'll get that full complement of runners again?
Oh yeah, I'm very confident that we're going to get back to our 60,000 runner level. You know, we're coming out of the pandemic. People are coming back. I've talked to so many people out here today, people from everywhere. I've talked to somebody from Chicago, Tallahassee. So when you're running shoulder to shoulder with someone, you end up finding out that, hey, they may be from Atlanta or somewhere outside of the state. And so I think as the time goes on, people are going to come back to this.
Now, I saw you taking some pictures with our men's winner.
Yeah.
He just ran the third fastest time ever. Of course, he holds the record at 27:01, and in this heat and humidity ran the third fastest time ever. How incredible was it for you to get to spend a few minutes talking to an elite athlete like that?
Yeah, I just had to congratulate this guy. I mean, they ran so fast right out of the gate. He placed the third fastest time ever. It's amazing. I don't even know how he did it. The number is just outstanding. In this heat with our hills, I mean, that's amazing. And so kudos to him and to all runners. Whether you placed first or whether you placed 60,000, you still are a champion to me.
And we'll be here watching all these athletes, not elite athletes, crossing the finish line for the next couple of hours. And it's really exciting when you get to be a part of this. I think people who've never taken part either to watch or run really don't know what this is all about. And it really is Atlanta.
Yeah, this really is Atlanta. The diversity of runners. You have runners of all ages, of all backgrounds and perspectives, and they're running right beside each other, all going for the same goal of crossing the finish line on the 4th of July in Atlanta in the world's biggest 10K. You got to give it up for this experience.
Absolutely. Mayor Andre Dickens, thank you so much. Very nice seeing you. Take care. Back to you guys.
All right, so I'm watching the double box, and I'm like, man, they are crossing the finish line panting, and that's because the atmosphere is just getting thicker and thicker, and the sun is starting to creep out just a little bit behind the clouds.
Yeah, we are earning the barbecue that we will. Yeah, I say we're standing here. They are earning the barbecue for later today.
Hopefully they are all going home to some nice grilling, some beverages, their meal of choice, because they are definitely working for it today.
Yeah, give me a little extra mac and cheese today. So we've been talking about the first-time runners. I just looked it up. It's so much more than I thought. 8,715 people today running this for the first time ever. That's so great, because we talk about the tradition of it, and it is this amazing tradition for our city, 53 years, but every year it becomes this new experience, then like catching the momentum for years to come. So that's a lot of brand new runners, and then you got to, give it up for the people who've done it for decades. Like there are people who've done it for 40 years and counting.
I mean, and especially as you think about, running, a lot of people do it at a very high level. We saw just how intense the elite runners were. This forms habits, it forms healthy habits, it forms bonds with your loved ones to get out here and do this. So it becomes sort of like an addiction for people, like, oh, we got to do that next year, we got to do that next year. And that's what's going to get us back to that 60,000 or even surpassing that amount of people next year.
No doubt about it. And a lot of generations here running together. We profiled a family that they have three generations doing it today. The youngest is like 12 and then doing it with his mom and his grandmother. And it's so neat to see that as well. It really is a family event in every way.
We've been running down some of the numbers and some of the stats for you. Really quick, Cheryl, how many times do you think we powdered our faces?
137.
Yep. I go 138 with how much powder we put on. We kind of gave it up. Hairspray, powder, it's like, hey, this is when the audience truly embraces us.
Yeah, and by the end of this broadcast, it's going to look like 1986 on my head. Like, it's going to be a real big hair kind of moment.
It goes with the decade of the song that the DJ is playing right now. But nonetheless, we are having an amazing time here at the start line. We're going to send it back to Jennifer Bellamy and Jeff Hollinger at the finish. Hey, guys.
Hey, ladies, it is just absolutely incredible to see those finishes and then to see all the people that are running right there on your screen. That just really brings home that this is the world's largest 10K. These people are finishing right here behind us, and more are still taking off and waiting to take off. It's been an incredible morning.
Yeah, almost 50,000 people are going to be tackling the streets today. And Amanda, did we have fun up front, though? I mean, to see Ronix Capruto run the third fastest time ever here on this course, 27:26, and then Samberi Teferi, she came here to run her first Peachtree. She wins in a sprint finish, in an amazing finish. And then let's just talk about the two Americans on the men's side. Connor Mantz, he's won NCAA championships. He is such a good athlete, but he's new. So you have to remember the name Connor Mantz. He went to BYU, and he is a phenomenal athlete. Just placed fourth at the 10,000 meters of the USA's last week on the track. So a great athlete. And then Annie Frisbee, she ran her first marathon in New York City last year, and she ran the third fastest debut marathon ever by an American, 2:26. So this girl, and she's come and she's run here before at Peachtree. So this woman is someone we need to watch as well. So Anna Frisbee and Connor Mantz, the two Americans today.
When you talk about this event, and as I watch all of these people through the side of my eye here that are crossing the finish line, you think about the marathon in Boston, you think about it in New York City, and you think about the AJC Peachtree Road Race in Atlanta. I think its importance and significance nationally, it has gone from being a local event, perhaps then a regional event, but it's more than that now in 2022. Do you agree with that?
I mean, I think it's just, the evolution of running. And, one thing that we haven't talked about is whenever we have sort of this disruption in life, like COVID, for instance, there is this big running boom that happens. And it's happened in other events like we had with the pandemic or recession or things like that. People put their shoes on and they get out the door, And so I think that we're going to see that in years to come, just see more runners getting out here. And what Atlanta Track Club does with the Kilometer Kids and introducing running at a young age, those kids stick with it. You know, this is a lifelong sport. You talked about your father-in-law, 85 years young, out here running today. That's what this does. That's what the AJC Peachtree Road Race does. It gets you excited to get out the door and to come back every year.
Well, I've always been under the opinion that, you know, places like Chicago, New York, and Boston have generational ties through their baseball teams and football teams, basketball teams. But I think this event really signifies that, because more than anything else that I can think about, and that includes professional sports, maybe Georgia football makes a correlation to this
Don't
because
bring
of
that
the
up around me.
generational tie. Jennifer, you being a UGA grad. But this event really is defined by families. I think about this event collectively and less individually.
Yeah, it is really cool. I love coming back. You know, I'm from Minnesota, but every year I get to come back and watch. It's such an honor, and I love it. So thank you for letting me be on the show again.
We're thrilled to have you.
Oh,
We're going to send things
great.
over to Cardiac Hill and Mr. Chesley McNeil.
Good morning, guys. I tell you what, folks are making it up here to this hill. We're talking about 12 stories in less than a mile, and they're making it up. Now, you still have some walkers, okay? Still trying to cool down. Everything all right? She's good. She says she's good. And then you got some runners that will come by every now and again. Folks that say hello. What's happening? All right. Good to see you, man. Everything good? All right. I tell you, this is one of the toughest parts of the race. Almost toward the middle of the race, you got to make it up this hill. And once you make it past this hill, really, it's... What's up, man? Hello, man. It's easy from here. It's easy from here. That's why you see a lot of smiles out here from folks we know, some we don't know. In fact, I want to talk to some of these runners and find out how's the weather out here, how they feel like the weather is. How you doing, man? How the weather is, and the conditions of the race. It feels cool to us because of the cloud cover. How you doing? It feels cool because of the cloud cover. Haven't seen much in the way of sun so far, at least, but it is still very humid out here, very muggy. Come on over here real quick. Let me talk to you. Come on over here, sir. You look like an elite runner yourself. What's your name?
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Tell me about the course this year.
It's a little bit humid today.
Yeah.
It wasn't too bad until I got to the hill, of course, where you're standing.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's
But I tell you what, once you get to the top of the hill, does it make you feel better? What's up?
yeah, getting to be on TV and everything.
Anybody you want to say hi to? Happy 4th to, real quick.
Yeah, all the happy feet in Miami, Footworks. Sue, you need to come here next year.
Oh, there you go. There you go. All right, go ahead and finish, man. Hey, you got folks that are well seasoned, let's put it that way. They've been running the race for a long time. And then you have folks that are running the race for their first time. We've talked to a few folks out here that this is their first time running the race, coming from places outside of the area. And it's always a good time, always a good time. Naima is down in the meadow. Let's toss it over to her.
Listen, all morning long, we've been talking about the runners, all the preparation, all the months of preparation that have went into this. But there is another group that is making this event a huge success for Metro Atlanta. We're talking about the volunteers, baby. You see these ladies? You see the way they're cheering right here next to me? We have Miss Gloria. Tell us about the efforts that you and your team are putting together right now for the runners.
Well, what we're doing right now, we're setting up water for the runners so that they can hydrate. And we're having a lot of fun doing it, and they're very, very appreciative of what we're doing here for them.
How many years have you come out to the AJC Peachtree Road Race?
Well, actually, this is my 5th year volunteering in this capacity, but prior to that, I used to walk for about maybe 10 years. So this is something new, so this is what I think I'll be doing in the future.
And what has you coming back every single year? What is it? I mean, this is a household name event. You know, this is an event that we have all become very familiar with. What has you coming back year after year?
It's a lot of fun. I'm a native Atlantan, and I've just been doing this for years and years and years. And I can go as far back as high school, where we used to march in the 4th of July parade every year. And so it's just a pickup, a continuation of that, and feel like I'm doing a service for these runners and these walkers.
That's amazing. As you can see, a lot of water bottles here. We've been talking about the thousands of runners, but let's also show you a quick image over there. There are hundreds of runners gathering over there. It doesn't matter what time they finished. It doesn't matter how long it took. What matters is that they crossed the finish line. They're having a whole lot of fun. And I want to introduce you to these ladies over here. They've been cheering all day long with the Peaches.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. Tell us your name and what this event means to you today.
Oh, my name is Jamie. I just like to see everybody running. I used to run track for a long time.
Yeah. So what's your favorite part about the AJC Peachtree Road Race tradition?
Probably just everybody gathering together.
Yeah.
And it being a nice day.
So you got the peaches.
Yeah.
You got the Georgia peaches.
Yeah.
How long did it take to have all the peaches at the table?
Probably about 2 hours.
2 hours?
Yeah, we did all of this. We started at about 5 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is commitment. Your contribution is really making a difference out here. And we also want to show you guys one more image before we leave. As you can see right here, all the runners are walking down, a little bit of exhaustion. Took months and months to prepare for this race, so you know this means a lot to them. Could I talk to you, sir, real quick? What's your name, sir?
Matt.
Matt?
Yeah.
How long did it take you to prepare for this race?
Couple years.
A couple of years? Well, how did it feel to cross the finish line?
It's pretty good. It's real good. Yeah.
Participating in the AJC Peachtree Road Race. Thank you so much.
Took the rest of the day off.
Took the rest of the day off, as you should, because you deserve it. We're going to toss it back to you guys.
And we are still covering the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. Such an exciting day out here. I'm just kind of looking at the people, checking out the costumes, and you know, this is really quite the view when you see them kind of come through. The excitement is it's still there a little.
It is, you know.
But you know, it's just kind of like, thank the Lord I finished.
Yeah, you really get a sense of it here because we are right at the finish line, and it means all of these people, a nonstop wave for hours and hours, are exhausted people who are not at their best, though they are celebrating,
yes.
But many of them not feeling well as they make that sort of turn here into Piedmont Park. But it is such a feeling of exhaustion and exhilaration equal parts because so many people have trained for months and months. They've watched their diet. They've tried to be structured in terms of their exercise. And this is the payoff today, the T-shirt, as you make your way into the meadow of Piedmont Park.
It is, and we have seen those medical crews here keeping an eye out on the folks as they finish. We're also seeing a lot of loved ones waiting at the end. The photo ops here at the end, especially with some of the folks in those big costumes. I saw a guy with a big peach on. I think that's my favorite so far.
That's a good one.
A big peach costume.
I thought
Very
maybe you would
symbolic.
say a lot of those Georgia shirts,
I have
right?
seen a lot of folks with Georgia attire on. I did mention that to you. I love that as well. I did see some tech folks.
Yeah, and some as well. And, you know, you're a native of Atlanta. You're born and raised here, and you grew up here. And I don't know if you share this opinion or not, but I always feel that this event, maybe more than anything else, really mirrors the growth of the city and the metropolitan area. You know, when it first began in 1970, it started at the Sears in Buckhead, and Jeff Galloway and Gail Barron were, you know, the two purveyors of an idea that they thought would really get something done that might make a difference. And it slowly grew, and then it grew larger and larger and larger. Away from the Sears store in Buckhead, which of course no longer is there, is now the Chops restaurant, which has been there for so many years. But it now in 2022 is so enormous, it's so slick, it really looks like Atlanta, just a really big time city, you know, that moves so efficiently in many ways.
It really is an incredible part of our city, the soul and spirit of Atlanta each and every 4th of July, and we're just so excited to participate in it. Hey, some of our colleagues are actually out there participating in the actual running, the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. We're going to send things out to our runner cam now. Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, we are making it so far. We are very sweaty.
Yes, we got at least the warm-up out of the way.
Yeah, the warm-up's out of the way, but it's continuing to be warm. My sunglasses are actually fogging. It is so hot outside. We've seen a ton of really cool costumes, an entire peach. We've seen the Lady of Liberty. What else have we seen out here on the course?
I think we've seen a lot of made out here as well, Caitlin. We saw a mother of the bride and a bride-to-be.
Yeah.
Cool moment there. And just as you think the waves of runners are thinning out, look behind us here.
Right, another one just crushes us. There are so many people out here, and it's really fun because last year, if you remember, we had them divided up. He's doing it on the same day. They're doing it on the 4th, and hopefully Chris Holt's going to tell us maybe it'll get a little cooler out here before the end of the race.
Hopefully, Chris.
And we are here live. It is so nice to be back here at our spot. We missed it for 2 years, and now we're back here in front of the Amtrak station. Just look at this sea of runners coming through right now, and you hear a trombone in the background. Let's go right over here, and let's talk to the trombone man right here. All right, Jeffrey.
How you doing, man?
Mr. Trombone Man, we're on live right now. You have been out here encouraging these runners. Not only do we have folks running down here, exerting energy, you're exerting your own energy. Why do you do this?
Well, you know, I bought this trombone on a lark 30 years ago, and I didn't know what to do with it. And I woke up one morning and said to my wife, you know, I'm going to blow it in the July 4th race, and I've been coming here ever since. And now I wish everybody in Atlanta would buy a trombone.
Yeah, so you say you really don't touch this for a year? You just really...
Once a year. Yeah, I'm a piano player. You couldn't tell by the way I play the trombone, though.
Well, what kind of energy do you get from the runners? They've been coming by. They've been kind of shuffling a little bit when they hear your music.
Everybody loves it. And some people are kind of little, oh my God. But the kids are really the key. The little kids, and sometimes when they're just about this part of the race, they're walking, I get behind them and give them a little nudge with the, a little sonic nudge.
Well, that's good, and I think it's working.
Oh, I think so, absolutely. Everybody loves it. It's very fun. It's one way to wrap your arms around Atlanta, This is one little race that everybody in Atlanta, whether you're right, left, can come together and kind of hug each other a little bit.
What's
the race with sweat?
Now, you do just some different little things, whatever. Is Charge the one that you get most response from for the people when you do Charge?
Are you kidding me? The Chopin I play is where I get the charge.
Okay.
From. Yeah.
All right.
No, I don't. I'm not denominational in terms of my rhythms and melodies. I feel like I got a little rhythm, but I absolutely have no melody with this.
Well, for those people who didn't hear, give us an example here of what
all
you
right,
got here.
You may want to see it live, right? Let's see if I can get somebody out here that
all right, here we
can
go.
prompt to do something.
There we go. Here he is. Thank you, Jeffrey the Trombone Man. Thanks for encouraging us and having fun with that. We're just having a great time here. Right now, I'm in front of the Amtrak station. We're at Deering and Peachtree. This is mile number 4. So Chesley is way up there at Piedmont Hospital. He's dealing with people as they're running up the hill. Well, by the time they get to us, they've been able to come kind of down a little bit of an incline, so they're feeling a little bit better by the time they get here to us. Let's go back to the start line right now with Aisha and Cheryl.
Come on. Well, you start here, so you are full of excitement, you are full of energy, and maybe you don't know what's coming by the time you get to Chesley and Chris, but one thing you know is going to start is the heat and humidity, but the DJ has been pumping us up. Chris had a trombone, but we got a DJ.
Yeah, we have a full-on DJ with a speaker about the size of my garage. And one thing we noticed is the sun just popped up over the buildings here in the city, and whoo, does that make a difference? So these later waves, we give them a lot of respect.
Yes, we have to send some positive vibes and a lot of hydration to the waves. We're getting ready to start wave P. And we go all the way to you.
To you, yes,
so
ma'am.
we still got a long way to go. So we got to keep cheering them on and, making sure they get there safely because the weather is getting more intense.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting. We just saw Santa Claus pass the start line. He's a fixture here. And I said, Santa didn't even trim up his beard for this year.
And I think he had a Speedo. So Santa had some great legs, too. So if you see him, check out the legs.
He's been training very hard, Chesley, very hard. So Santa's about 6.5 miles from you, Chesley. He's on his way.
All right, ho, ho, ho. I'll tell them you guys have been nice. All right, get you something nice. I've been doing this this will be my 12th year actually doing the AJC Peachtree Road Race. And occasionally people will come by and they'll yell my name, but I'm standing here with a guy that everybody's yelling his name, Jeff Galloway. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
You're doing good.
Thanks to these wonderful cardiac specialists at Piedmont Hospital, because I had a heart attack a year ago.
Wow, and we're going to get to that in just a minute. Now, you've been running, or at least a part of this, since the very beginning.
I won the first race.
Won the first race? What, and you remember the time?
It was 35:26, I believe.
Wow.
But it has been a few years.
How has the race grown? Are you proud of what
Well,
you're doing now?
at first it was just for people who were doing distance running, and it's become a symbol of Atlanta, in which people come out here very early on a holiday, extremely early, middle of the night, in order to get this hard work done so that they can then have a holiday. That's Atlanta.
Yeah, that is Atlanta. And we're standing on Cardiac Hill. Really, and they need to name it after you, really. But it's a very special meeting for you this year.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because a little over a year ago, I had a heart attack. And Dr. Adam Carlisle and other specialists here kept me alive. I am only alive because they facilitated that. And I'm here to thank them for that, along with my wife, Barb. Barb, come on up right quick. She is the other member of the team that kept me alive and kept me going. But we just have a wonderful relationship and being able to try to help other people too. So the mission of my life from now on is to keep people away from getting a heart attack.
There you go. Dr. Carlisle, what do you think about this guy, huh?
I am so pleased to be able to take care of Jeff. He's a phenomenal human being, and I think most importantly, he's out here telling folks that maybe don't exercise so much. If you get out here and exercise, that can help out in terms of preventing heart attacks. So a great message to share with Atlanta.
Yeah. Our new meeting for Cardiac Hill right here. New meeting. Yeah. Thank you so much. Happy 4th to you. All right. Jeff, good to see you.
Thank you.
Keep going, man. Keep going. Doc,
great to see you, sir.
Hey, you need to stay out here, I think, just in case. Just in case, you know? Just in
Happy
case.
to be here.
Good to see you. Good to see you all. All right. There you go. There you go. A new meeting now to Cardiac Hill. Jeff Galloway. Good to see you, man. How you feeling, man? High five. Happy 4th to you. Getting a lot of that going on. And so we're going to toss it back down to Naima in the Billows. Naima, back to you.
Listen, there is so much festive activity right here. All the runners are still coming through, flooding this area after they cross the finish line. So much energy. You know what? Hi, how are you? What's your name?
Thank you. I'm Taya.
Taya, how did it feel to cross the finish line?
Oh my gosh, fantastic. I'm so energized. I'm so happy. I'm so proud.
You should be
from
proud.
all world. This to U.S. independence, Ukraine. Awesome, amazing.
That's amazing. That's amazing. What does this day mean to you?
Oh, I'm just overwhelmed with joy. We can live in the country that get together, stay healthy, celebrate, spread love, be free. It's a true honor. This is my two homes. I love U.S. I love Ukraine. It's just an honor, and I'm beyond happy.
So the AJC Peachtree Road Race for you is more than just a race. It's a unity of cultures. It brings diversity and the international community together too.
Absolutely, yes, yes. Thank you. Well, it's love. People got together. People want to support each other. People want to be here. People want to spread joy, and it's just amazing that, you know, we all get up so early in the morning, and then we're here, not just to, you know, have barbecues and all of that, but unite and do it when it's not easy, when it's hard, but we're just doing it because it's so important.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that powerful message. Again, so many people here with incredible stories, different reasons why they got out of bed, different reasons why they decided to really train for this, to be a part of this community household name that so many people all over the world recognize and so many people love. And just hearing her personal story, I think for me really shows that unity aspect of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. So I'm so glad you guys were able to hear that direct message from her as well. Back to you guys.
Finished to the start this morning, so I'm on mile 11.
Hey, every year we hear folks who have run the AJC Peachtree Road Race 10 years, 20 years, 25 years, how about 30? Brian Wilson started this when you were 9?
I was 9.
9 years old. And what got you running the Peachtree?
My dad did. This is my dad's shirt. So my dad got me running. So this is my 30th Peachtree for Flary Branch.
What brings you back year after year after year?
I just love it. I just love a great way to celebrate the 4th of July. And I like running from the finish to the start and just taking all the cheering on the sides, and the people out here, it makes it special, and just I appreciate everyone that's served for our country and just here to celebrate that.
So now, people may not have heard that right. You got up this morning, ran from the finish to the start, then turned around and ran from the start to the finish. You ran 2 10K. You ran a 20K today.
I try to do that each year. You know, what better than doing it once, doing it twice, and just being out here and enjoying it.
So maybe we can say you run 60 of these.
That's true. Yeah, double.
Well, good deal. Well, Dad's watching at home, right?
Yes.
So give him a big hello. Dad, you got him started on this, and he's still going strong. See you back here next year?
You bet. Love you, Dad.
Good deal. Thank you very much. We're going to go to Walker Camp now. Absolutely, brother. Come on over.
Hey, Jerry. Yeah, we are right past Jesus Junction, which means that we just got all the blessings and all of the holy water. Crash.
Well, you know, Father Candler gave me a pre-race blessing, and then we ran through the sprinklers, which are blessed, and then Father Candler was there again. That's 3 blessings in one day. I'm hoping this makes up for the 80s.
Yeah, I told him to give this guy a little extra sprinkle of the holy water as we were walking by. But hey, we have been meeting so many amazing people along the race course. We have Mike and Logan here. Guys, tell me where you're from and how many times you've done this.
From Buford, and 6, 7 times now. This is
your 9th time?
Yes, ma'am. It's our annual thing that we do. Then we go to the Braves game.
And then the Braves game tonight, so it's a whole family tradition.
Of course, yes. And
why do you keep doing it year after year?
Because it's 4th of July. I want to thank all the veterans, too. Thank you for your service.
Anything you guys have seen that's crazy out here this year?
Well, the overcast is really nice. I feel like every time it's been 102 degrees, so having a little bit of shade is nice this year, to say the least, especially with how the week's been so hot. Enjoying the downhill right now as we're getting ready for Cardiac Hill.
Exactly. We saw a guy in a tutu. There's one right there, I think.
A lot of good tutus out this year.
Yeah, exactly.
What is your favorite part of the race?
The end.
The end, the T-shirt, the finish line.
The beer at the end.
Someone I talked to earlier said the T-shirt and desserts. That's their favorite.
That sounds good. Just stopping.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, guys, have a great race. Thanks for stopping and chatting with us. Crash, we're about to be what? We got to go downhill, and then we hit the tough part up on Cardiac Hill.
Yeah, downhill, and then we slowly make the climb up Cardiac Hill. But the gentleman we were just talking to, his name is Logan. I'm a big nerd, and there was a movie called Logan's Run. Runner! You won't get that unless you're like my age, 50 years old, but it's fun anyway. Yeah, we got a lot more waves to go. What are we at now? Jay, hi! Wave Jay, so we're going to slowly make it. This is a fun way to do Peachtree Stroller Cam. Cam.
We're strolling because we got another generation. I'm walking for 2 here. But you know what? We've got a few people, friends that are a couple miles ahead of us with the runner cam. Caitlin, Aaron, Joe, you guys, where are you along the race course? Y'all are way far ahead.
All right, so you heard from Christy and Crash. They're on the Walker Cam team. But if you look over, you might see a few more of us here on the Runner Cam team start walking as we make our way up Cardiac Hill. Deceptive, right? Not too much of a steep incline, but you go for a minute, and boy, you can really tell. You can really feel it in the quads.
Oh, yeah.
Shins.
It's burning. It's burning already, and we are just at the start of this hill. We're going to make it all the way to Leslie, hopefully. It is hot. It is sticky, but it is fun out here. I love it. Same day.
Absolutely. There's nothing like this. Again, if you AJC Peachtree Road Race, there's nothing like 60,000 of your best friends here in Atlanta, some traveling as far away as Australia, just coming and enjoy.
We are going to have a great time, and we're going to make it up to Chris Holcomb really.
Hey,
Yeah,
we
Chris,
are back
start.
here with
We'll
you
see if we can
live.
get
I'm
you
getting splashed on my legs here. This is one of the water stations in front of the Atlanta Masonic Center. And they are out here every year. They're back in full force this year. And you can see how they have all the waters lined up right here, passing them out to the runners as they run by. They take a sip, throw it out on the ground, and we've got a little pile of cups here, which is fine. We'll get it all cleaned up later, but you can see all the fun and energy. Look at that. They really want this water coming by hi there, how are you? As they need to get that hydration, because, you know, we've been talking about the humidity. Your body sweats to cool itself down, right? But when it's so humid, that sweat can't really evaporate off of your skin to cool you down. So your body has to work a lot harder. So you have to keep hydrated. So these hydration stations are so important to all these runners who are out here today. You know, I had somebody come by just a minute ago and I said, how does it feel? And they're like, I feel like I'm wearing a wet blanket because their shirt, shorts, everything are just sweaty and just soaking wet. So how does it feel? How you liking it today?
Perfect.
It is perfect?
It is so good.
Even the humidity?
What humidity?
Oh, good.
We've got water.
You got water. That's what we need. That's right. Good to see you. So, all right. Somebody's saying it's perfect. That's good. And it's an experienced runner, too. So we're having fun. How are you? Oh, look at this. Where did this come from?
From the race.
Good deal. Thank you. How are you liking it?
So far, so good. We're having fun. Drinking beer, eat ice cream, eat pizza, all the good stuff.
Hey, love it.
Thank you.
Running, ice cream, pizza, all the good stuff. Gotta love that. Oh, man, we're having fun. So good to be here. Let's go back. I don't know where we're going. Who's next? And Naima. Go to Naima right now.
Hey y'all, so we're in a special section right now, the t-shirt handout section, and I'm chilling with James. James has been volunteering for 18 years. Tell me about that.
I love it. This is my 18th year. I volunteer for Atlanta Track Club. I'm a school teacher. I feel like it's my silver duty to do this.
Listen, and you came prepared. Look at the outfit. We got to talk about the fit too, right?
Hey, yeah, I just love it. I just love being here.
Absolutely. Could you hold up one of the t-shirts? We want to show off the t-shirt. The baby blue AJC Peachtree Road Race t-shirt. So many runners are coming to different sections. This is the XL t-shirt section. Each section is a different size. Runners are getting their t-shirts right now. It's being handed to them by so many different volunteers who are stationed at different sections. Just like James. James says he's been volunteering for 18 years. A school teacher, wants to contribute so much to the AJC Peachtree Road Race culture. And what's your name, sir?
Elliot Watts.
We have Elliot pulling up on us right now. Elliot, how did it feel to cross the finish line?
Woo, a blessing.
And you know what? Some people really run the race just for the t-shirts too. Would you say maybe you've done that in the past?
Perhaps in the past. It's always good to get under an hour.
Yeah. What was your time?
About 55 minutes.
By 55 minutes. So did you come to the right section? Because James can help you right now if you came to the right section.
They have to go down here.
Down right over there. We have other amazing volunteers here. Ladies, how y'all doing? Can I put y'all on TV?
We're fine. We're having a great time.
You're having a great time.
Yes, I am. Yes, I
am. So many people out here really participating to help. And we also have volunteers on this side as well. Wave to the camera, ladies. Hey! When I tell y'all the energy is on 10, what's your name?
I am Michelle Collins.
How many years have you been volunteering for the AJC Peachtree Road Race?
Actually, this is my first year.
Your first year?
Monty encouraged me to come down here in this hot heat.
It's worth it though, ain't it?
I'm working it.
She said it's worth it though.
Rihanna, like Rihanna, the superstar.
And she's a superstar in her own right?
That's right.
So you're creating a family tradition. It's your first year. You brought the babies out and you're having fun. And you know what? You have the right attitude too. So as you can see, people are making it a new family tradition. For others, it's a tradition that has been around in their family for a long time too. So I'm glad you guys are seeing the varying degrees here at the t-shirt section. We're going to toss it back to you guys.
I must say I like that shirt. That's one of the designs that I favored. Jeff?
I can't hear you.
I said that's one of the shirts that I liked.
You like
that was one
shirt?
of the designs I liked.
I do too. I think it's pretty sharp. Looks good. I don't know if I've ever seen one I didn't like, though.
I know, that's true.
They all look so great.
They're such a prize. Such a prized possession.
I'm always amazed how they can keep it a surprise year after year.
Oh, yeah.
They always pull it off.
It's top secret. It's like a Beyonce concert detail that you have no idea until it actually comes out. I will say also, it really is. I just said it's a prize, but it really is a prize for people because we go out and we do these stories, these inspirational stories, these stories about people and their stories and their connections to the AJC Peachtree Road Race. And these people have boxes and boxes of AJC Peachtree Road Race shirts that they keep and they save. Chesley said earlier, sometimes people make quilts out of them. They really are just coveted pieces of this race.
They are the holy grail of citizen runnery.
Exactly.
That is for sure. And looking at Naima's interviews, it made me think just about the volunteers.
Yeah.
And this event has been defined by volunteers for generations.
For sure.
And the quality volunteers, the selflessness, we see it year in, year out. And without those volunteers with the T-shirts, with the water, just shepherding all of the flock here, it would not be the same event.
We've seen some of that shepherding back here behind us, trying to make sure that the people continue to move on into Piedmont Park, where they do get those shirts, where they get that peach afterwards as well, and some other refreshments to help them get back to normal after the world's largest 10K. It's quite a feat to undertake and complete and accomplish, and so many people are doing. About 47,000 folks out here today registered both in person to run the race and also to compete virtually as well.
Well, it is the first time since 2019 that this race has been in full with everybody here at the party and enjoying the run. I mean, I really think there's a great deal of truth that, you know, when you've been without something for a while, perhaps you're a lot more appreciative of this event. And maybe many people took it for granted. But I think with COVID and what we've experienced over the past couple of years, not only in Atlanta, but around the country and around the world, I think it puts new meaning and new emphasis on what this event means to the heartbeat of the city.
It does, and just the camaraderie among people that come out here for the race each and every year. It's so special, and you see folks high-fiving each other, cheering each other on. But we hear the stories year after year of people helping one another as they compete and try to finish and make it through that finish line. And so it really is incredible. And as you mentioned, it is something that truly brings the city together each and every year. And to be without it, to have to try and figure out a way to make sure it lived on even during the pandemic was incredible to see, because there are people who really were out there doing it virtually, and then, hey, they said we're going to split it into 2 days. Folks were down for that as well, and now they're back out here in person, and so it really is incredible
virtual
to persevere.
is fine, but it doesn't beat the real deal.
No, it doesn't at all.
A lot of things in life.
That's very true. That is very true. Something else that's even better in real life, our friends over at the start line, Cheryl and Aisha.
Let me tell you what I have learned here at the start line. Preheim has got some moves. Oh, God. She has been grooving. I'm like, we need to get off the set a little more often.
You know what that's called? That's called the embarrassing mom dance. Please stop, Mom.
You guys, she has been rocking it out here this morning. Just keeping the party going, because what wave are we on now? We're working our way to you.
T just crossed. Wave T just crossed.
All right.
And you know, Jennifer and Jeff are talking about the volunteers, and honestly, the volunteers at the start line, they're fantastic. They're not just keeping everybody moving and organized, but they are always leading a dance line right at the very beginning. And people are warming up with dance.
Science dancers too. The kids are rocking it out. We have everybody here just really keeping the excitement going, you know, just because we're getting toward the last wave. They're like, hey, give us some love too. You guys, you can't see this behind us, but a lady just went by. She's walking. Her arm is in a sling. So she's like, whatever I got to do, I'm still going to walk this race.
We are still doing this.
Shout out to the walkers.
Yeah, to all the walkers doing this 6.2 miles today. And the sense that Jennifer and Jeff were talking about people feeling even more appreciative, because we haven't always had this now. We feel that energy here at the start line, no doubt about it.
And we hope that everyone is doing this safely. Cardiac Hill is really that, especially when you talk about this heat and humidity. That is where we find our Tessie McNeil for his 12th year at Cardiac Hill.
I know.
Man, Tessie, you're like a pro. That's why everybody looks for you every year. You're the man.
Well, I mean, it's the top of the hill, so when you get to the top of the hill, it's time to celebrate. See, that's why I get all the celebration here. I have the runner cam. Now, I had to make the distinction. There's runner cam, and then there's walker cam. This is runner cam right here. We got Patrick. You know this guy, Joe, and you know this lady, Caitlin. How you doing?
I mean, we are runner cam, but I think we are walking some, too. We're like a mix.
little bit. We're putting the alive and 11 alive.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Conquering Cardiac Hill.
Although, I got to tell you the truth now, in full transparency, Caitlin came up. She was huffing and puffing. Joe came up last. These are the guys that are really working. What's up?
Hey, look, it's a little hot, a little sweaty, but you know, we're getting a good workout in, having some fun, enjoying it.
Carrying that camera around?
You know, it's not too bad, actually. We thought it was going to be a little bit of a hike, but we made it up the hill. We're surviving. We're doing good.
And you're carrying everybody.
Yes, we switch on and off. That's why he looks so good right now, and I look difficult.
Well, thank you guys for being a part of the team. Really appreciate that. How's it been really out here? I mean, in the heat and everything. You guys are amongst the runners. How's it been?
You know, it's been actually really fun. There's so much energy out there. We're sweating, but we're having a good time. It's hard to get too too mad when everybody's having a fun time and celebrating.
It's almost easy to forget about the heat and the sweat when you see so many people passing the Shepherd Center, seeing the inspiration, the motivation that they just give your way. It's so cool to experience.
It's awesome.
And did I hear this was your first time?
It's my first time.
It's first time. We're breaking him in. How's he doing?
The hard way.
You know what?
The hard way.
He's doing great. He is killing it out here, and we are going to finish strong.
All right, finish strong. Finish strong. Good job. Good to see you.
Keep it up.
The Patrick brothers. Yes, good deal. All right. All right. Yep. Real quick here. This gentleman right here, how many years you been running now?
47 in a row.
47 in a row. What keeps you doing it?
It's the best holiday, and 11 Alive has the best coverage of the Peachtree Road Race.
Oh, you know it.
And it's just an honor to be here alive and be free. It's a great country. I'm running this in honor of my wife, Kim, who has chronic back problems, and then my brother, Kevin, Greg, and my other brother, and I'm not going to name him, and my dog passed away this past Monday.
Oh, man,
and
sorry.
it's my 12-year-old dog. But this is just the best. I look for you every year. You see me every year, and I'm running, crawling, hopping, and I'm here.
Good to see you, Mel.
Hey,
All
same
right.
here, man.
All right, finish strong, man.
All right, man.
Finish strong.
Hey, everybody.
All right, there you have it, man. We have the runner cam. We have Mel, 47 years. Jerry probably has been around longer than that. Let's toss it over to Jerry.
We are here with women's winner Simberi Teferi, who speaks a little bit of English. She's from Ethiopia, but we've got Leah here to interpret. This is usually something we would have done right after you're finished, but unfortunately, Simberi was feeling a little ill at finish line. How are you feeling now? That's our biggest concern.
መጀመሪያ በጣም ሙቀት ስለነበረ ከብዶኝ ነበረ እንደጨረሰው ቀናት አካባቢ አሁን ደህና ነኝ።
At first I was feeling kind of sick because I'm not really good at handling the heat, but now I feel much better.
Atlanta heat outdid what you've experienced in Ethiopia. Tell me about the race overall. Hot and humid, but other than that, how did you feel about the AJC Peachtree Road Race? This is your first.
ስለ ውድድሩ ሙሉ እንዴት ነው ስሜትሽ? በማሸነፍሽም በመሮጥሽም ሁሉም እንዴት ነው?
በማሸነፌ ደስተኛ ነኝ፣ እግዚአብሔር ይመስገን። እኔ የመጣሁት ግን ሪከርድ ለመስበር ነው። ቦታም አዲስ ነው ለኔ ሮጬም ስለማላቅ እና ቦታ በጣም አሪፍ ነው፣ ግን ሙቀቱ በጣም ከብዶኛል። ለዛ ነው ሪከርድ ያልሰበርኩት።
I really liked running here. I'm really happy that I won, but I came here with a plan to break the record, and with that, I wish to break the record next time, but I didn't break it because of the heat.
Yeah, the heat and humidity was a little bit too much for a record, but you won it. First visit to the AJC Peachtree Road Race, and Simberi Teferi comes away with a win in the heat. Felt a little sick afterward, but she is smiling now. We'll be right back with more of the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
Run fast for your mother, run fast for your father.
Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Live News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta,
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now.
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather,
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
and the only place where you can verify
Line at the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race, and it is road race / dance-a-thon. We are officially doing the wobble here at the start line as the last wave gets ready to take off. The sun is beaming down. These 11 light polos are officially stuck to our bodies. At this point, we're just here to get the job done because we are a sweaty mess. So can you imagine what the runners are feeling?
Oh man, I have so much respect for these last waves. Although they're having a great time, they know what they signed up for a Georgia 10K to celebrate the 4th of July, and I think that's part of the experience, right? But that sun is no joke.
You brought me a lei, but you didn't bring me a skirt. I have on pants, and they're black. Things I need to learn on year 3 of the Peachtree. Get a skirt for next year at least.
Yeah.
Maybe get one of the tutus.
Yeah, maybe the tutus. They're on to something. You got a good perspective here of the start line. These last waves are so much fun. A lot of the walkers, some people jogging, just going to take their time. They're going to make it. That's 6.2 miles, and they're going to earn their July 4th barbecue coming up later today.
And we hear the DJ saying they're actually holding up this wave because they had a medical emergency along the course. And, you know, we kind of have to anticipate that with this heat and humidity. People so excited, maybe pushing the pavement a little bit too hard. We heard from the Atlanta Track Club executive director who said, hey, the fast pace is for the professionals and for the elites. Everybody else just come out and have a good time. Stay hydrated. Listen to your body. But we are so glad we do have these medical professionals out here for that reason.
No doubt about it. You think about the logistics to make something like this happen, to like clear out 6.2 miles of our city, have volunteers all along the way to make it go smoothly, to have people to help when things do go wrong, and to keep the crowd pumped up. It's been fun to see the walkers and the racers, and it's been a lot of fun to see the people along the race course cheering them on and celebrating with them, just being a part of the day. And if you're there at home, we hope you're enjoying it too, because there is something about this that makes it feel officially like Independence Day.
And we see that we're still holding up the line here a little bit. The volunteers are keeping them energized. We're going to send it over to Naima Abdullahi in the Meadows. Good morning, Naima.
Good morning. I am really excited about this group interview. They look young, but they are veterans. They've been in the AJC Peachtree Road Race game for a long time. How long have you been coming out?
Probably around 8 years in total. Ran 4 years by myself.
What about you?
This is only my second year.
Your second year?
8 years, 4 by myself.
So how old were you your first year that you participated?
In the Peachtree?
Yeah.
How old were we? 8, I believe. Yeah. Probably around 8 or 9.
8 or 9 years old. And then when you started doing it on your own, how much effort did you have to put in to really prepare for it?
When I first started, it was a lot harder because we weren't serious about running. But as we started training year round, it gets a lot easier.
We got to show the t-shirts. We got to show the t-shirts. Well-deserved t-shirts. Again, they're super excited to participate on their own. They used to come with mom and dad, but they decided to start doing it on their own to make it a tradition for them as friends, as siblings. Just kind of shows you that community aspect of it, something that so many people look forward to. I also want to show you guys something else. There are photo op sections out here. We might have live footage, actually. Hold on one second. An official photographer is here to take photos of the runners next to a podium right here. Hey, ladies, how are you? Congratulations. We're just capturing your moment on camera so the world sees that you crossed the finish line and you did an amazing job. So there's a line, actually, that kind of wraps around where they get their moment to take their official AJC Peachtree Road Race picture. There's different sections here that, you know, a lot of people are also sitting on a hill, just resting, grabbing snacks, grabbing fruits, grabbing different things. So we kind of wanted to give you a little lay of the land here. It's not like a pit stop thing where you come here to pit stop. People are chilling. They've been chilling. They've been hanging out, and it's amazing. So now we're going to give you another footage of the runner cam.
Take care, you too.
Hey, Naima. Walker Cam, we have finally made it. Look where we are. We are at mile 3. We are halfway through the race, and I got to tell you, going up Cardiac Hill is so much better when you're walking.
Christy, water broke. Look, my water cup broke.
Oh my goodness, false alarm.
We call that baby humor.
At least we're by the hospitals, right? Guys,
hey, this is my 40th.
Your 40th Peachtree Road Race.
Yes, I started in 81 and I missed in 83 due to mono and a 5-week-old baby in 85, but I've been here ever since.
Now that is an incredible tradition. I love your sash. What keeps you going every year?
I grew up with 5 brothers and I've been running all my life.
Oh man, that's amazing.
Retired physical education teacher of 36 years.
Retired PE teacher. Oh man, so what have you seen out here on the course today? What is the vibe out here?
It's a little excitement. They're glad to be back in real running instead of the virtual.
It's true. This time you see everybody giving high fives, saying, hey, great to see you.
We're lucky to cheer them on, too. We're thankful for all of them that came out today.
Oh, man. Well, congratulations on your 40th run. I'll see you at the finish line.
I'll be there.
All right. And now tell me.
Okay, my name is Angela.
And what'd you just do?
And I just told him he's the only reason why I get to work on time, because I live in Kennesaw, but I work in Buckhead, and I listen to you every morning and watch you every morning. You get me to work on time.
No, but what did you really just say just before I put you on camera? You said you what?
I don't know.
You say it. She thought I was Chesley. I am clearly an inch taller than Chesley. Hey, we made it to mile 3. The bells are ringing. People are cheering. Hey, we got firefighters. Woo! This is the start. I'm sure you mentioned it, Christy. Cardiac Hill. Here we go. Take a deep breath. We're going to go all the way to the top, and then we're going to see the real Chesley McNeil.
That's right. We'll go say hi to Chesley. Guys, back to you. We got to keep walking.
Okay.
We just made it to the top of Cardiac Hill. We are having a great time. We made it. Can you believe it?
Yeah, 2/3 of the way through. Sweat, but you know what? The best is yet to come. 2.2 miles to the finish line. The crowd is still going. They still have energy in. I don't know how. Freedom Day, Independence Day, maybe giving them some motivation.
Yes, everybody is having the best time. We've seen a lot of people along the course. They're handing out mimosas, Jello shots, watermelon, Chipotle, I think. Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, there's a lot of options out here on the course, okay? So we're going to keep running, hopefully make it to mile 5 by our next one, and stay cool out there.
We'll see you there.
And we are not too far away from you guys. If y'all are coming down from Cardiac Hill, that's right there. And we're on the lower end, so there's a little bit of a decline or a downhill. So people are smiling here a little bit more once they make it to us, because it hasn't been as bad as going up the big hill there at Piedmont. Now, one thing I want to show you, like if we can see the sun right here, we're going to point right into it. Yes, the sun is breaking through right now, and we've had a few people comment as it's come on. Come on over here. Come on over here. How are you? How's the sun? How's the sun coming out? And it's hot, humid. How you feeling?
It's a great day. I love today.
Good. And how many times have you run it?
About 8 or 9 times.
Really? Okay. How does this one compare?
It's special because it's kind of returned to normalcy finally.
And we're back, right?
We're back.
Yeah.
Let's have fun.
And
See you
that makes
guys.
it feel better. Have fun. Thank you. So the sun is out now, and hey, 11 Alive. Yeah, good to see you. Happy 4th. That's right. But the sun now, we're starting to feel it a little bit. Now, up the road, you know, a lot of times the people are running in the shade or between the buildings, but when they hit us here, this is at the bridge over 85 right here at the Amtrak station. Hello, how are you? Go, go, go! This is at the bridge, so we don't have any shade here, and the sun's breaking through, and people are feeling it when they walk up. A few people have run by and said, hey, what happened, Chris? You're heating it up. Try to cool it down. I wish I could, but, you know, all in all, even though the humidity is high, it's still, people are having fun. They're saying it's like running with a wet blanket on with their wet shirts and wet shorts and everything and wet shoes. I want to show you one thing real quick. The trash can right here. You know, it's totally fine for the runners. Hey, thank you for throwing it away. It's awesome. It's totally fine to drop your cup on the ground, but they just put a trash can here. We've been so amazed how many people have been running by and actually using this trash can. So that's a victory for the people who would have to clean up a little bit later. Jerry, how are you doing down at the finish line?
Hey, we hear all kinds of stories about why people run the AJC Peachtree Road Race. Look at the T-shirts here. Run for Larry. This is the Langren group. They are running in memory of Larry Langren. Tell a little bit about his story. This is his widow, Joe. Sorry about that, Josephine. So tell me the story. He was someone who...
He was a United States Air Force pilot for 20 years, flew all fighters, 3 fighters, got on with Delta Airlines, flew for them for 23 years, and then a year later he got on as a Delta instructor, and as he was heading for his simulator to instruct Delta pilots at 4 o'clock in the morning, about 15 minutes from our house, he was driving and a tree uprooted and landed on the top of his car, and
he ran this race every year. He ran this race every year.
And so you're doing this in his memory, carrying on what he started.
Yeah. He's always done this. We lived here 24 years. He's probably done it at least 22 years, this Peachtree Road Race.
So he continues to run this through you. I mean, that is really important.
Definitely.
You're his daughter?
Yes.
What does it mean to you to be able to represent him here?
Oh my goodness, I was like crying when everyone on the sidelines was like, "We miss Larry." It's very sweet.
How important is it to all of you that you're continuing his legacy?
I mean, it was great. This is the first time I ever run more than like 2 miles straight, so I'm kind of dying right now, but...
But you felt like you had to do it for Larry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We'd do anything for Larry.
We'd do anything. My other 4 children went through the finish line, and anyway, but there's a lot of other people wearing the shirts. Yeah, running for him. He was a legacy where we lived. Over 600 people attended his memorial service.
Well, what a great thing to do in his memory. In memory of Larry Langdon, these folks, family members, friends, running in his memory, carrying on his tradition. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Chesley, let's go to you.
Happy 4th.
Same to you.
All right, we're back. How you doing? You all right? You gonna make it? Hey, top of Cardiac Hill. What's up, man? Good to see you. Welcome to Cardiac Hill. Welcome to the top. You've made it. Come on over here real quick. Why are you walking at this point?
This hill is just brutal.
Really?
So I want to catch my breath before I get to the other side.
Your shirt says Atlanta Track Club.
It does.
Do you run often?
Not lately.
Not lately.
I'm just getting back. My last one was 2019, of course, because of COVID.
Because of COVID, and you're back, right?
I'm back.
How is it? How has it changed? What is it like?
It's great to see all the people back out here. This is my 9th one, so I've been doing it consecutively.
Yeah.
And it feels like just like before.
Do you know what the T-shirt is so far?
I do not.
Are you looking forward to that part?
Yes, I'm always looking forward to seeing which shirt is at the finish line.
If I could give you a T-shirt now, would you stop now and go back?
No.
Yeah, there you go. That's the right answer. No, because you want to finish the race, right?
Yes.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
All right, keep up the good work. Boy, how you doing? Good to see you, man. Cardiac Hill, folks. This is what it's all about. And somebody reminded me that I am the love doctor, which gives it another meaning, right, to Cardiac Hill. She just wanted to come by and say hello to the love doctor. I guess I'm that too. Hey, we've been a lot of things to a lot of people. Happy 4th, you guys. Happy 4th. All right, let's toss it back to the finish line. Jennifer Bellamy, Jeff Hollinger, take it away.
The love doctor, indeed, Mr. Chesley McNeil himself. I like it. Hey, every year during this part of our broadcast, we want to make a special announcement. So this is about someone who is about to be a very happy flyer. Very happy flyer. The winner of this year's Delta Runway to the World is Terrence Davis.
Wow.
Terrence Davis is this year's Delta Runway to the World winner. He has won 2 round-trip tickets to anywhere in the United States. He can expect a call from the Atlanta Track Club or an email. I didn't know that was part of the deal. Can I sign up for that?
The T-shirt is nice. But that's
Some
the
tickets
deal.
are better.
That's the deal.
It's great when you get both of those, right?
Yeah.
So many great parts about the day. You see all the folks running. I've loved seeing these people finish. They're coming through with their arms above their heads, their hands raised. taken their photos, and then just some incredible stories that we've heard. We've been telling these stories to you in the lead up to this 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race, and we're hearing even more of them today from the people themselves live and in person, and it's really been incredible.
You know what really amazes me about this is the number of older people that I see that are able to run in 2022. You know, I think it's really a testament, to be honest with you, to taking care of yourself better, and certainly medical procedures of arthroscopic surgery that, you know, really have come the result of sports. There are a lot of people running that, you know, a generation ago or 2 generations ago, you wouldn't have seen people out here who've had hip replacements or knee replacements or these kinds of joint surgeries that have been absolutely miraculous in the last few years.
Not stopping them.
See, you're not that old, Jennifer. You get to a point
I'll take
in
that.
your
I'm
life
not that
where
old.
all of a sudden you're noticing things like that maybe you wouldn't have thought of 10 years ago.
Oh, that's true. It's true. That kind of stuff creeps up on you. But when you get out and you're active like these folks are, and maybe it's your first time, you know, starting somewhere, or whether it's a lifelong thing, passion that you've been doing, it really helps in the long run. So it's amazing to see all these people out here, especially in these conditions. It's getting hotter and hotter, Jeff.
Well, we've already heard the Bee Gees and night fever, so that generally means there's about an hour
Staying
and a half
alive
left of
as
our
you cross
coverage.
the finish line.
Once I hear the Brothers Gibb, I know that we're starting to make our way toward 10 o'clock.
We are, and it has been an incredible day so far, especially when we saw those elite runners come through, especially that women's elite race. That was a tight finish. It was great to have Carrie with us here, breaking that down for us. And, you know, we're talking a lot about what these runners go through and the weather and the conditions and how those will impact everybody. But we're in a different situation now because that coolness of the early morning has gone. And these people are now in the thick of things with the sun bearing down on them as they make their way through the world's largest 10K. So it's really an experience, and it's something to actually work and train and prepare for. You don't want to just get out here and just run.
I thought it was also very interesting. About an hour ago, Jeff Galloway was on, and Galloway is the co-founder of this great race, this great event from 1970, along with Gail Barron, who is now 77 years of age. And Jeff, I talked to him earlier last week, and you know, he almost died of a heart attack, and it's the last thing you would think of from a guy who, you know, runs hundreds of miles a week, who was a Munich Olympian, and apparently he had his heart was impacted by serving in Vietnam, and he was exposed to Agent Orange.
Okay.
And it is his belief, and the belief of his doctors, that his exercise regimen and running all these years definitely saved his life. And it is incredible to see Jeff Galloway, you know, able to be with us today when, you know, he was out. I mean, he was gone for quite a few minutes and on an operating table, and it's extraordinary to be able to see him. And conversely, I wanted to mention Gail Barron, also the co-founder. You just can't say enough about her and what she has meant to this event over the years, and a pioneer, a gender pioneer, when you didn't see a lot of women runners out front. And she was a big star in Atlanta, and it's Galloway and Jeff Barron, it's Galloway and Gail Barron, who largely have sown the seeds of what we have today.
We certainly have, and what we have today is incredible.
Yeah, it is incredible.
More than 40,000 people,
something we take for granted.
47,000 people out here running today. What we see each and every year through this AJC Peachtree Road Race, this being the 53rd running, is really incredible, and it really is a big part, a big testament, the heartbeat of our city each and every 4th of July.
You know, Jennifer, I have to move in closer and closer
because we can't hear each other. The music's getting louder and
louder as the time progresses. So
we're going to send things over to Chris Holcomb now. I know Chris had some music of a different kind earlier today. He had a trombone out there. Chris, how's it going?
It's good. We're still hearing the trombone behind us. And look who made it to us. Runner Cam is here. Now, Caitlin, you know, you guys, when y'all came down, and Joe, you talked to Chesley a little while ago, but you were a little more out of breath when you were talking to Chesley because he was at the hill, but now you've come downhill. Does it feel a lot different down here?
It really does, especially that mist. I know you served up a great forecast, Chris, but feeling that mist, the water, it feels amazing right now. And yes, we've caught our breath since we saw Chesley.
Yeah, now we're just doing some dance breaks. Now is when the good music kicks in, so we have people playing live music, we have DJs. We've got a lot of energy coming in these last 2 miles, so we are doing great.
Now, you mentioned the mist down there, so we've got the hydration station here. Then way down there, kind of out of camera range, they actually are blowing water across, right? Is that welcoming, or because of the humidity, do you want to stay away from it?
At this point, Chris, everything feels wet, so a little mist is not going to hurt anything, right? It makes it feel better for me.
Yeah, no, it felt terrific, and it kind of gives you a little zip in your step.
All right. Well, y'all got that zip going. Now, we're timing you guys. This is mile 4. You've got a little ways to go. How do you think you're going to do? You think you're going to, make it the rest of the way? You're going to start running a little more now?
Well, we're on a race against our camera battery. We just got told our camera battery's running low, so we got to pick up the pace here.
And I think we're starting to get that second wind.
Okay,
so let's see how that goes.
I don't know that I have a second wind, but I'm going to hope that he does.
We're going to get her in the shape.
All right, start trotting.
Let's do it.
Get out of here. Go. The clock is running. Get out of here. All right, runner cam, they're having a great time trying to get all their battery, trying to get to the finish line before their battery runs dead. It's so cool to see the sea of people running down here, the world's largest 10K race. Hey there, how are you? Right now coming down Peachtree Street. And, I'm seeing a lot of you look at the numbers that they have and the letters there. Of course, it goes in waves with ABC. We're getting into a lot of M's and N's and J's there. There's a U. So a lot of different, hi, how are y'all doing? How are you liking it? You having fun?
I'm having so much fun. I hope my grandma's watching this. Hi, Nana.
Now you're dripping from sweat or from the spray up there?
Both.
All right. How does it feel?
So awesome. Happy 4th.
All right. Thank you for coming by. Enjoy. There they go. They got to get that time going. Let's go back to the start line right now. Is it just as fun up there, Aisha and Cheryl?
We're trying to keep the energy going. Our cameraman is even dancing behind the scenes, but we had to keep it going seriously because the last 2 waves were delayed because of a medical emergency on the floor.
We know that Atlanta Police and Grady Emergency Medical Services responded to that. They were communicating that to the waves, just saying, hey, just stay put to make sure everybody ahead of you is okay. They've cleared that medical emergency. They're not giving us any specifics yet. As soon as we have more, we'll certainly pass it along. But just how they keep all the logistics going to try to keep everybody safe on a humid July 4th morning.
Yeah, so we got the last 2 waves are out. The DJ is still here, just keeping it going as a few more people start to trickle in. And I understand they tear this start line down pretty fast. So this is going to wrap it up for us as we get ready to call it a day right ahead of 9 o'clock. We saw more than 47,000 people take off. Shout out to the virtual runners as well. We hope you guys had a great experience too. Hopefully next year we will all be back together, but it has been absolutely phenomenal joining you from my first start line.
It was fun. The first of many together here at the start line. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and congratulations for everybody who took on this 6.2-mile world's largest 10K. Jerry Carnes is out there on the course. Jerry, how's it looking where you are?
Well, Jeannie Daniel told me that there was a time when she first moved to Atlanta in 2002, she said, I'm not a runner. I'll never run that race, but here you are.
Here I am.
What brought you here?
We have a run club. We're 50-ish and older, and we're just trying to stay in shape. We run every Saturday, and so we sign up for the Peachtree every year, so we're just glad to be out here this year.
So did you watch people do this before and think, those folks are crazy. I'm not into that kind of thing.
Definitely. I'd watch it on the news, and I think that's fun for them, but not for me.
And now it is for you. Your headband says girl power.
Yes.
Explain that.
Yes. Like I said, we're just trying to stay in shape. The older you get, the harder it is, but we're just trying to make sure that we stay healthy, come out here and stay active every year.
And she's having fun. Look at the outfit. We got the tutu on, the whole 9 yards, just dancing along. Yes. Elton John glasses, having a good time. Is this just a blast?
It is a lot of fun, and like I said, we're glad that it's in person again this year, and we're just happy to be out here.
Having fun and getting some exercise and staying in shape. You don't look over 50.
Well, I am.
Not anywhere close to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right,
nice to see you, G. Let's go to Chesley McNeil. She used to watch you in Buffalo, Chesley.
Took a picture on top of Cardiac Hill.
What's going on? We got to say hello to the fans. We got to do it. You know what I mean? That's why we out here, right? And look, I have stroller cam. I'm told stroller. We had runner cam earlier. They told me you guys were walker cam, but you're actually stroller cam because we have a little one in the oven. How you doing, Christy?
We do. Right. We do. Baby Diaz it's her first Peachtree.
That's right. That's right. And how's it been out there?
So far, it's great, man. I got to tell you, walking the Peachtree you get to just see all of the sights, meet all of the people. It's a lot of fun.
How's it being with Crash Clark?
Oh, Crash is he's the best.
I mean, look, I was trying to set a record time here, but You know.
I really slowed us down here.
Slowing you down just a little bit.
The one thing we really did discover is where all the porta potties were along Peachtree.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, that's a good point.
Exactly.
That is a good point. You need to know those, and we need to report those. You know what I mean?
I'll tweet out where you can actually wash your hands, where there's still toilet paper available. Don't worry, I got you covered.
Now you have a cameraman with you here, and this is his first one, and he looks like he is exhausted.
So apparently I just got finished with the hardest part of the race. I don't believe that's the hardest part, man. Like the walking the whole race is the hardest part.
And carrying a camera with you.
And carrying a camera, so it's tough.
Nicole knows more about the humidity than anybody else. Nicole, you ran this before, though, right?
Yeah, I haven't run it in like 8 years, and running it is a generous term for what I'm doing.
How's the weather been?
It's been muggy for sure. We had a little breeze just a few minutes ago. That was nice, but I was sweating before I even started running.
Are you working tonight?
Yes.
So make sure you check out the forecast with Nicole tonight, 11 Alive. Get you ready for all the fireworks, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, very good. Good job. Meteorology right there, baby. That's how we do it. How you guys doing? You guys all right?
Oh, doing good.
Good to see you guys.
Thank you.
Happy 4th to you.
Happy
all right.
4th. Hi.
How many times have you run this?
2.
This is your second time?
Yeah.
Yeah, what keeps you coming back? Your parents, right? They tell you to come and run.
The snacks.
The snacks?
Yeah.
Do you have any more on you?
I got this.
What's that? Oh, okay, all right. You can keep that. All right. Very good. Good to see you guys. Appreciate it. Stroller cam, you need to stroll on. Chris Holcomb is waiting on you, okay? All right? And when you make it all the way to the finish line, pick me up one of those shirts, all right?
Hey, did she say something about snacks?
I know. Hold on.
Well, there you go. Speaking of the finish line, let's toss it on down to you guys.
He says, save him a shirt. Jess has got to make it down here himself if he wants a shirt, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, I was taking a look at some of the numbers. There are 8,715 participants participating in the Peachtree for the first time, and the vast majority are from Georgia. The only other state that's comparable in terms of percentage is Florida.
But we've got every state covered.
We do.
Every state represented. And I think we said the furthest person away in person is from Australia. Isn't that incredible?
It is incredible. And we are continuing to see the flow here at Piedmont Park as people are milling through, not quite as exhausted when you see them at this point.
Maybe they're taking a more leisurely pace.
Yeah, I think there's been a little bit of mix of walk and run. Thus, you don't see people in the kind of pain that we did maybe 45 minutes ago.
No, Naima spoke to somebody earlier who was like, as long as I'm under an hour, I think the crew that we're seeing now, they're not necessarily pressed about the time. They're just wanting to make it, period.
I'd say that badge of honor, that shirt can be seen in every grocery store.
It is.
In every restaurant tonight, every backyard barbecue. People wear those shirts for days and days.
We'd have them on too if we finished. We'd be sporting them with pride.
Absolutely. It is a prized possession that for many families never is on their body, but instead in a frame.
Yeah, and you know what? We were talking about those shirts. This year, through the partnership with Adidas, the shirt is 100% made out of recyclable materials. So that's something new this year, and we'll probably continue to see that on. That's a great thing, too.
It is a good thing as we are watching these people. It's funny, you get kind of to the point where you just start looking at people. It's like sitting in the middle of the mall during Christmas
People
Eve.
watching, especially with some of these outfits. It's great people watching.
How about the Stars and Stripes Forever there with the blonde guy?
A lot of great outfits. And, you know, a lot of folks put a lot of time and effort into figuring out what they're going to wear for the Peachtree. We've seen a lot of groups together, everybody kind of matching. We've seen some of that. We've seen a guy, I saw some guy in a peach outfit.
Oh, right.
Seen some bananas. We've had the fruit assortment out here today.
I was also thinking, sitting here, of some of the past peach trees that we have seen and that we have covered, and certainly, you know, Piedmont Park is such an important part of the city. It's such a centerpiece for so many events. You know, they had to move the finish line here to 10th Street to try to knock down the amount of traffic that was going on in the park. I mean, the park was just getting hammered when they grew the number of runners, and they were still letting everybody into the park, and we were in the middle of a drought, and it was just absolutely destructive. And they really were very smart and very measured about, we got to change it. We have to save the park so that, you know, it's not completely destroyed during the summer.
Certainly a lot of history from this, and now what we are seeing is the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. Our coverage will continue for you in just a couple moments. We'll be right back.
can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners. The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's.
welcome back to our coverage of the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
I'm Jeff Hullinger, and it's great to be here with Jennifer Bellamy, and we have been here since about 3:30 this morning, and it's just been great. I mean, it's such a celebration of Atlanta and a great celebration of the country, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on the 4th of July other than here at Piedmont Park or at the start line or at the halfway point or any of those points that are such a celebration of everything that we are.
It really is a great way to start off your holiday. You come out, you get your run in, you get your workout, and then you can go to the cookout and feast. Right?
Right.
Because a potato salad, macaroni salad, some ribs, hot dogs, burgers, you get all that, and you can feel good about it because you know you worked out earlier in the day.
Yeah, there's not as much shame and guilt, you know?
Exactly.
So
everybody's getting a good workout today. They're getting a good feeling of camaraderie. They're getting that good old community spirit here in the city of Atlanta. And then you get the t-shirt, which everybody is talking about, a big coveted piece. And then you also get a peach. You get a peach to take home.
Seeing a lot more Brave shirts today, you know. I think when you're the world champions, there's a sense of great pride in wearing your favorite team and the local team that has done so well.
There.
There's another Brave shirt. We've seen a lot of those, a lot of UGA shirts as well.
Thank you. I was waiting for it. I was going to bring that up too. A lot of dogs paraphernalia as well.
You can really look at the crowds to tell a lot about where we are, about what teams have done well. You see a lot of political shirts. You really, you get a real pop culture survey about where the country stands by looking at some of the shirts, looking at some of the costumes that we have seen today. A lot of messages have been stenciled on shirts about a variety of subjects. That's nothing new, but certainly more intense these days as politics seem to be a part of everything that we are involved with.
A lot of city pride, too. A lot of just ATL shirts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Folks love those, and they all look great. Everybody looks so great out there. We're so happy to see so many folks out here in person, especially after what we've experienced for the last few years with the running virtually and then running over 2 days. So it really is great to see everybody back out here today. We do know that some folks are still running virtually today, and about 47,000 folks, all in all, running this 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
I always love the stories that some of the guys that, we did this story a couple of years ago, I think it was maybe 2018 or 2019, who ran in the first race in 1970, and it was sponsored by Carling's Beer, Carling's Black Label, which was made over by the airport, as I recall, and they were the sponsor for a number of years, and You know, it's a good thing that, you know, they were able to find another sponsor because Carling's Black Label is no longer manufactured here in Atlanta.
Yeah. Jeff's always got the hidden gems, the hidden history of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. We're going to send you now to one of the most difficult aspects of the AJC Peachtree Road Race, Cardiac Hill. That's where we find Mr. Chesley McNeil. Hey, Chesley.
Yes, indeed. How you guys doing? I'm here with a very special guest. This is David, right?
David. Yeah.
David, this is your 36th
36 Peachtree in a row.
36 Peachtree Road. And you got diagnosed with Parkinson's about 5 years ago.
5 years ago, yeah.
And you haven't let it stop you.
I'm not going to let it stop me. I'm going to keep moving forward.
Why? Why do you want to come back so much?
Well, this one keeps me running. She's running 33 of them, and this is the 25. So the whole family run. The youngest one took off.
Yeah, it's his 20th, and he had to be fast.
Of course, the youngest one has to take off.
Absolutely.
But you're an inspiration to all of us. Again, why do your family keeps you going? What else? Anything else to keep you going?
I was told when I was diagnosed that, you know, just keep moving forward the whole time. So that's what I'm trying to do as much as I can.
And we thank you for that. Thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
And you, young man.
Yes, sir.
Are a meteorologist?
Yeah, I did meteorology at UCLA. I'm a high school math teacher now, though. So.
Same thing, right?
Yeah. You know, science, math. That's all my jam.
Lakeside High.
Lakeside High School.
Lakeside High School.
Yeah. Shout out
There you go.
Vikings.
All right. What do you think about these two?
I have to keep up with them some way, so we got to keep running.
There you go. All right. Well, go get on. Take it easy. Good to see you, David. Good to see you. Happy 4th to you. Happy 4th to you. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good.
All right. What's in that cup?
Water.
Oh, good.
Promises.
Good. How's the weather been for you this year?
This is great.
You like it?
Oh, yeah. It's a lot cooler than it usually is.
But you're not running it. You're a walker.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, this year. I've run it 15 times.
15 times?
Right.
Wow.
So, yeah.
All right. Happy 4th to you, man. Always good to see you. Keep drinking water. Water. Okay? Water. Hey, look, you know, this is what it's all about. I did see the T-shirt. Somebody did bring it back to us, and it was my pick. It was my pick. Beautiful shirt. So, bring it. Beautiful shirt right here. That was my pick. What do you think about the shirt?
I think that's great.
It does look great.
Yes.
Yeah, teamed up with Adidas this year, and so very nice.
That's excellent.
Good colors. Good to see you, man. All right, take care. Hey, we're going to go down to Chris Holcomb. He's just a little bit further down from me. My man, Chris Holcomb. How's it looking down there, Chris?
Okay.
Hey, we are having fun down here. We've got a lot of characters, not only characters running the race, but I want to introduce you to Lady V right now. So we're right here. We've been telling you all morning. We're live right in front of the Amtrak station. You just got off of a train, right?
24 hours on the train coming from New Haven, Connecticut.
And so you're getting off the train, you get off at the station, you come up here on Peachtree, and what do you find?
The Peachtree Race, because our rides couldn't pick us up right here, because I was like, what's going on? I thought about it. My girlfriend, Diane Brown Gibbons, she does this race every year, 60 years old.
Oh, wow.
She does this race every year, so I said, maybe I'll see her. I just came up and saw you.
And so you sing, and you've been singing maybe to kind of encourage people here. Can you give us a little song? Belt something out for us.
Forgiveness is where it is. We've got to let those grudges go. Don't you know that it will tear you down every time?
Love it. Love it.
That is what I find.
Love it, Lady V. Thank you so much for encouraging us and the runners, too. Hey, I've got a 40. You're a repeat runner. How many years?
48 consecutive Peachtree Road races.
That is amazing. How does this one compare?
It's kind of a sore spot for me because there's 48 consecutive losses. Next year.
You know, we were waiting for them to pitch to us. I'm like, I don't want to mess with your time. Sorry you're having to wait. And he's like, I've already lost.
Yeah, I've already lost.
So tell me about this shirt, a liver transplant.
Liver transplant. I had genetic disorder, alpha-trypsin protein deficiency, and had to have a liver transplant in 2019. So that was a COVID year. During COVID, so I didn't miss a Peachtree Road Race because it was virtual.
Wow.
So I made it consecutive. Yeah. So in 2018, I was doing great. Ran the Peachtree Road Race 2018, but it was one of those things that snuck up on me. So then I got it taken care of 2019. Got a donor. I'm blessed. Somebody's looking after me.
And now you're here running it again. How inspiring.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, you guys come over here. Where are y'all from? Where are you from?
Flowery Branch.
In Flowery Branch?
Yes, sir.
And so who are you running with here? Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
This is Ava, my little sister.
Ava, your little sister. How are you liking the race?
Good.
You're loving it?
First race.
It's your first one?
Yeah.
Is it everything you thought it would be?
Yeah, basically.
It's sweaty and hot.
Yeah.
Are you loving the fact that you're able to show her first race?
Oh yeah, of course.
Good deal. Good deal.
Of
All
course.
right. Thank y'all for
You're
coming
welcome.
out. And y'all have a good one. Hurry up now. That clock's counting. Run, run, run. All right, so yeah, we're having fun. This is the part of the race where, hello, come on in here. You love 11
I love 11 Alive.
We love you too.
Thank you. This is the best fun you'll ever have in your lifetime. If you get a chance to run this race, please come out. My name is Carolyn Allen. I'm from Griffin, Georgia, representing.
From Spalding County.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much for coming out. Good, thank you for watching. All right, so yeah, having fun. This is the part of the race where it gets a little, should I say, less serious and a lot more fun? So yeah, having fun out here. We've got a lot more to come for you here at Deering at Peachtree in front of the Amtrak station. Let's go to Naima now.
Listen, Carolyn's energy was everything. She has the right kind of energy. I love hearing her enthusiasm. Listen, it can't be an 11 Alive coverage if we don't show you the 11 Alive rest area right behind me. This has been attracting a lot of runners who come to take pictures. Over there is a cooling center with like fans and everything. And then right behind the sign is the Thunder truck that you might have seen throughout the metro, covering weather throughout the metro area. Now, I have a family that I want to introduce to you. They've been patiently waiting. Let me call them up. Hey guys, how are you? So we're talking about a consecutive runner. Eddie,
yes.
How many years have you done the AJC Peachtree Road Race in a row?
This is my 32nd year in a row.
Congratulations, and it's also your first. So this is the first time you're doing it with your son.
That's right.
Yeah.
How awesome is it to do this tradition with your father?
It's really inspiring, and I've always wanted to do it since I was a little kid, and now I get to do it, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, you got to see him kind of prepare over the years, and this is your first time kind of doing that process with him?
Yeah, it was really cool. I didn't know that there was going to be this many people. It was really packed, and it was really fun.
That's awesome. How many years have you done the AJC Peachtree Road Race?
I've done it this is my 6th year now. I've been excited for him to come to join it, for him to come do it with us too, because he's always been too young, but this is his first year he can finally do it.
That's
So, yeah,
amazing.
it's really
That's amazing. Congratulations. Please come take your pictures, and we're going to toss to the walker cam to give you guys more exclusive access here at the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
Well, we're not really walking, we're strolling. We're stroller can this year, myself and Christy Diaz. And you know what? When I can't get to the Rusty Nail comes to me. Kind of. A couple of good friends of mine, Tammy and Stephen Perkle, are out here. They are cheering on the runners. Tammy, love you to pieces. How you doing for Happy 4th of July?
Happy 4th of July. God bless America.
Absolutely. You are out here just hooting and hollering and screaming. How good does it feel to be back like full speed Peachtree?
Love it. It's awesome. This is one of our favorite traditions, one of our favorite Atlanta traditions. We've been doing this for almost 20 years now when we can get out here, and it just means a whole lot. It means a whole lot to be back in person. We love cheering folks on, and it really just makes your day when you can connect with a runner or a walker, and you can tell that it means something, to that bit of encouragement. So we love it.
And you guys got a great vantage point. You're on the top of Cardiac Hill, so you don't have to worry about any kind of huffing and puffing or anything. What's the craziest thing you've seen out here? We've seen some firefighters. We just saw Santa walk by.
Well, we saw Jesus running earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Jesus was running. We did. We see Santa Claus.
Okay.
Yeah, Santa and Mrs. Claus. That was great to see them. Yeah, not as many costumes this year, but yeah, certainly still a lot to see.
All right. What's the plan for later on after Peachtree? The barbecue? What's going on?
Oh, the Rusty Nail.
Now, your husband, a great friend of mine, Steven, is over there. He doesn't want to be on camera. He's Georgia Tech. You're Georgia. Now is the time to give him some smack. Come on.
Go Dogs. Woof, 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 woof.
I think Jerry, there you go.
I'll second that. Woof, 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 woof.
I think Jerry Carnes will even third that. He's out at the finish line towards the meadow. Jerry, over to you. Go Dogs. What's up?
Go Dogs. We want to introduce you to Walter Beckham here, who is no newbie when it comes to the AJC Peachtree Road Races. First was in 1973. A little bit of difference between that run and this one.
Yeah, the 1973 ended up in Woodruff Park downtown, and the last part of the race you had to run uphill. from North Avenue and West Peachtree all the way to the Macy's. It was brutal.
Uphill to end it.
Uphill to end it.
At least it's a little bit of downhill this time. And you only had, what, 500 runners, I think, in that run in 73?
550.
550. Well, so you were part of an elite group back then to get in on this from near the beginning of it.
Well, I don't know about elite, but it cost $5.
And you keep coming back time and time again over the last 50 years. You've run it maybe 30 times. You said, what keeps you coming back?
The experience, the people, it's just so much fun. It's like this huge snake going down Peachtree Street that you're a part of.
This big moving creature of hundreds and thousands of people. And you've missed it some years. When you didn't run it, did you kind of feel like, oh, I wish I'd been a part of it?
No, my parents were aged and they were living in Asheville, North Carolina, and I was putting on fireworks displays for them and their neighbors.
So you had a good excuse for missing.
I did.
Back next year?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, maybe we'll see you here at the finish line.
Hope so.
Thank you, Walter. Walter Beckham, who has been running this since 1973. We'll be back with more of the AJC Peachtree Road Race after this.
The ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners. The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
we begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m.
My song is on, Jeff.
And welcome back, everyone. I'm Jeff Hellinger, along with Jennifer Bellamy. We are at Piedmont Park and the finish line. We have just been issued an alert by the Atlanta Track Club, and that is about temperature, and it is now been shifted to red, which is defined as high alert level, potentially dangerous conditions. Follow official event instructions. So dangerous conditions because of the heat, because of the humidity. And the advisement is to slow down, observe course changes, follow official event instructions, and consider stopping. So that's a big deal. We haven't seen that very many times over the years.
Yeah, it's important to note as well, if you know anybody out there, to encourage them to take it slow while they're out there on the course if they have not finished already. It's been otherwise an incredible morning so far with the racing that we have seen, especially with our elite runners and our wheelchair racers. We're going to show you some of the highlights of all the action if you missed any of it. Take a look at some of this video we're going to show you. And we're going to start off with the wheelchair racing with our men. Daniel Romanchuk is the winner there. You see him getting ready to cross the line right there. 18:39 was his time. An incredible race for him. And then we also want to take you to the women's wheelchair. Savannah Scaroni was our winner there. She is at 21:18. That was her time. And we understand she broke a record there is what we understand for her. When we go to the men's elite racers, we have Ronex Caprudi, 27:25 was his time. We're still looking at Savannah Scaroni right there. And then for the women's elite, we had Sinberi Teferi. She was at 30:49 was her time. And so a lot of good racing going on there. We know that Mr. Caprudi, who you're seeing right there, had a ton of other accolades. One of the third fastest times I believe he put up today. And then when we talk about Sinberi Teferi was the other winner that we saw from the ladies. It was a close finish there at the end, but she pulled it out. They were packed up there not too long. And then the closer and closer they got, we saw Sinberi Teferi pull that out. Again, she was at 30:49 was her time. So some really great race action that we saw today from not only our runners, but our wheelchair athletes as well. And speaking of a former athlete who was out here today, a former Bulldog, Maria Taylor from NBC Sports stopped by and spoke with our 11 Live crew before her race got underway today.
We're so happy to have Maria Taylor here, sportscaster with NBC and UGA alum. So this is something you're very familiar with here today.
It is. I've run the Peachtree with my family probably 5 times, I would say, and it's always something we look forward to and like go home and veg out afterwards. So yeah, it's interesting to be here early, being able to announce some of the elite runners and then like get way behind them. It's going to be a fun race.
So you're going to jump in?
Yeah, I'm in the B wave though. So we announce the elites, way to beat, and then go. So yeah, I really have no goals here, just to finish.
That's it. Yeah. So how special is it for you to be back home? I reported in my hometown before, and it's always such a unique experience because this is where the dream is birthed, right?
Yeah.
And now to be here as a national journalist, welcome to the NBC family.
Thank you guys.
What is that feeling like for you to be here now in this capacity?
You know, it's amazing. I grew up in Alpharetta, Georgia, went to Centennial High School. My whole family is from the state of Georgia, so anytime I get to do something in Atlanta, it means just that much more. I live here now. I used to live in New York, but as soon as I came to the NBC family, I was like, I want to live in my home state.
Yes.
And so whenever opportunities like this come up, I am definitely a part of it, and it just feels like coming back home. Like I represent Atlanta wherever I go,
Yes.
and so to be at home representing Atlanta makes it even more special.
You just broadcasted the Olympics, and the Olympics brings people together, and this day does too. It brings the city together in a way that no other event does.
Yeah, sports do that though, right? Like any sporting event, you see it here, people from all walks of life, people of all levels of ability, and it's one thing to start at the line and to finish together, and I think everyone feels like they're going through the same thing, and I felt it in Tokyo. You know, we were all rooting for these U.S. athletes. It didn't matter what was going on at home or what divides you because sports can kind of bring it all back together, and that's what I love about being able to cover sports. You guys have the hard job. Y'all are doing news. I'm out here like, who won the game? You know, so I get to have fun with it.
So we look at you. You are absolutely stunning. You're big. We know that you were an awesome volleyball player as well. So what was the main restaurant, your key favorite you were looking forward to when you came back from New York to Atlanta?
Always Mary Mac's Tea Room. Because I love the fact that when I sit down, you're bringing me like cinnamon rolls and cornbread and biscuits. Like I don't even have to ask for it. It's like in the middle of the table already. Then we're getting at our mac and cheese and we're going to get our collard greens. And you can't get that everywhere. And I travel a lot. Welcome home, girl. Get some sweet tea and cinnamon rolls.
And keep it coming.
Yeah, keep it coming. You get it.
Well, we're so happy to talk to you. So happy that you're back home in Atlanta.
Yes.
Live here. Thank you so much for the way you represent our city and the incredible things you've done in your career, and you're just getting started.
Thank you, ladies. I appreciate you having me. Have fun today.
Thank you. All right now.
Okay.
Have some
Wish
fun.
me luck.
You're going to be great.
Right, thank
You're going to crush it.
And we are so excited and just happy and proud to hear from Maria Taylor. As a member of the Bulldog Nation, it's incredible, her journey, and we're just so excited and proud to have her part of the NBC Sports family, and she's been doing wonderful things. We got a chance to see her when she finished her race earlier, and she was just absolutely sweet. Got to go dogs from Maria, so it's incredibly wonderful to see her doing so well.
Well, we've seen Mayor Dickens has been here, and in the midst of wearing a cast on his foot, hurting himself in the Midnight Basketball League.
Yeah.
But he was unable to get up to this sort of vantage point that we're at, so Jerry Carnes was able to speak with him. But we've seen a lot of familiar faces this afternoon, a lot of recognizable people that have roll through here, from politicians to people like Maria, who is a big star at NBC these days, and you kind of watch to see if you recognize some of the performers who come through as well.
Yeah, you never know who you might see out here. It really is an institution in the city of Atlanta, and so many people do come and take part. So you never know who you're going to actually see and be running right next to as you run the AJC Peachtree Road Race. We're going to send things over to Chris Holcomb over at the Brookwood area. Hey, Chris, how's it going?
It is going great. We've been telling you how people are trying to stay hydrated. We've got the drink station over there. We have an official hydration station back up the hill just a little bit. But this is a homemade, do-it-yourself hydration station. Look at this with the water bottles, the squirt bottles here. Now, I'm getting a little wet here. Tell me about, how long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this since 2009.
And so what made you come up with this? Does it bring joy to people when you're doing this?
It does. And they always, so we start out with our signs at the beginning of the race. We're part of our running group, and then they come through first. And then when the last of the people come through, it's so hot. So we just have to get out here and help them out and give them a little encouragement. They've just come up Cardiac Hill.
Yes.
And it's hot, so they need everything they can get at this point.
I feel bad that I'm interrupting you from spraying
You
people.
are.
So here come some folks right here. Let's see
All
if they'll
right.
welcome it. All right, homemade hydration station right here.
Come on over. She wants a squirt. Look at her up there. She wants it.
Now, I'm not a runner, but I give you permission because I'm still hot. So here we go. Here we go, right here. All right, that feels great. Hey, it feels really good, even though it's so hot and humid out here. So we had to cross the street in order to see that that hydration station. Here comes, look at that. He's even leaning down for it, probably wanting to drink some of it too, right? How'd that feel? It feel good?
Feel good. Number 23.
Good for you. All right.
That's my daughter.
And they're ahead of you, of course, right? All right.
Have a great one.
Jerry, I know you can't be having as much fun down there as we are here.
Hey, I want to introduce you to Jack Abbott and his pastor, Jimmy. The two of them ran together. They have a special relationship, and I'm going to let Jack explain it. You recently had kidney transplant surgery, and here you are running again. Talk about what Jimmy did for you.
So last year, after I survived COVID, almost passed away, my kidneys went down to 5%. So I did dialysis for 7 months. And then last summer, I was having lunch with my longtime pastor, Jimmy Slick of Summit Baptist Church. And we're talking about the church. And then all of a sudden, he pops up like, "So Jack, I know your kidneys are in bad shape. I've got two. I'll give you one of mine." Would you repeat what you just said, Jimmy?
It was a simple decision. When you know somebody's needs help, you just got to be there to help them out.
God bless you. And Jack, your surgery, both of you, it was last August, and yet here you are again running.
Barely, yeah.
That's okay.
But we did it.
That's right.
The kidney's working great. The downside is my immune system not doing too well. So a lot of infections and things, which kept me from really getting my running going. But I did the best I could, and the finish line is right there, and that was my 48th to finish, so I don't know what else to do in the fourth, so I came down here with Jimmy and my wife Sandra, and they got me to the finish line. Awesome day, and very appreciative of Jimmy. He's my new best friend. So
well, you might not have set a record today, but you got from point A to point B, and that's all that counts. And what a wonderful thing for you to do for a member of your church. And you're back. You're not only running this, you're running 60 miles a week now. That's incredible.
Not every week.
Okay.
Not every week. I was on vacation last week, so I ran a lot.
Maybe you took a little bit. Oh, you did.
Exactly.
Then you added on. You
Exactly.
In vacation is when you up the mileage.
That's right.
Well, good
exactly.
for you. Well, and this is just something that you had to do, and then run this together.
That was our goal. After that, to just run the Peachtree one more time.
Run it together.
Exactly.
With each of you sharing one of your kidneys. That's just an awesome story.
I think I gave him the better one of the two, actually.
Really well. Good for you. That's very generous of you. All right, Pastor Jimmy, Jack Abbott, still running after kidney transplant surgery. What a great story. Congratulations to both of you. Take care. Chesley McNeil, to you.
Ready?
Woo!
Yeah. Woo! Appreciate y'all. All right. Man, see, I do it all. You know what I mean? I do it all. I do it all. Let me get your names.
Okay, Anna Wise.
Anna Wise.
Bill Wise.
Bill's Wise. And how long have you been here in Atlanta?
We've been in Atlanta all our
Turn
lives.
around this way a little bit.
Oh,
all your lives.
Yeah.
75 years.
Oh, I thought you guys were teenagers.
Yeah.
But this is only your 4th race.
Right. We didn't start until our 70s.
What took you so long?
I retired and she retired. That's what did it.
Retired from?
Allstate Insurance Company.
Okay.
And I retired from Cobb County Schools.
All right. And so finally, now that you're in, are you going to stop now? I mean,
No, we'll go as long. We're getting better every year.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about. Aren't you sad that you missed all those years?
I sure am. We
Yeah,
were afraid to get out of bed in the morning. But now we're allowed to get up.
Yeah, it's a beautiful race, isn't it?
Yes.
Tell me about the weather. The weather for you, okay?
Great.
Oh, the weather's been wonderful.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much for delivering that.
Well, you know, that's all I do now. Don't make it up. I just deliver. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this race.
Thank you.
Have a great 4th, okay? Have a great 4th, all right? And go Braves. Go Braves. Go Braves. Come on over here. Come on over. How you doing?
Doing great. How about
All
you?
right. Who you have with you?
This is my daughter, Emily.
All right, did you make her run?
Did I make you run? Not really.
Oh, she was down the run. Okay.
Yeah, this is my 26th year, and she's been her entire life, from pregnant to my back to running since 7 years old.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Wow. So this is just a part of you, right?
Pretty much. I run it every year.
Run it every year. Can you see yourself not doing it? Even if you move far away, would you come back and do it?
You actually said that. I did say I would move back this
You
year.
would move back just to do it? Yeah, you know, that's what the Peachtree is all about. Why do you think people feel that way, including yourself?
Well, to me, it's the biggest 10K in the world, and it's the heart of Atlanta. So to me, once we moved here, it was something to be a part of. When the entire community comes out, the music's playing, you go up Cardiac Hill, it's just a part of our life.
You know, that's what everybody's been saying. I like the outfits, too.
Thank
you
you,
look
thank
very,
you.
very nice.
We get a picture with you every year.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. Been taking pictures all morning. Did you feel safe along the route?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's well planned, well run. The water stations are great. It's well marked.
They moved the flag up to red because of dangerous humidity, but you really haven't been feeling that at all?
Well, it's overcast, so that's really nice. Usually the sun's blaring on us.
Oh, yeah.
So I appreciated that a lot.
It did come out for a little while, and maybe that's why they raised it up. But yeah, it's now back overcast again, so maybe that's helping. Right?
Yeah, I think you helped.
Well, I do my best. I do my best. Thank you so much.
Awesome, thanks so much.
Good to see you, all
Good
right?
to see you too.
How y'all doing? All right. We'll get a photo in 1 second. Let me wrap it up with these folks. Hey, look, let me tell you something. This is what it's all about, right? Cardiac Hill. Folks make it up here, and right now we're at mainly the walkers at this particular point, where folks are just walking it, enjoying it, speaking to folks they haven't seen in a little while. A lot of reunions have been going on, and so that's what it's all about. Naima, send it over to you.
Chesley, we heard that amazing woman describe the AJC Peachtree Road Race as the heart of Atlanta. Well, it feels like the heart of Atlanta is right here today, right behind me. I'm calling this personally the runner hangout district, because everybody's just hanging out, sitting down, walking around, taking a stroll, and taking their time. And while I was waiting out here, I met someone. His name is Lance. Lance, describe the energy of today, because I know it feels different than any other year.
The energy is amazing. This is something that I always look forward to. It's a tradition, my 10th Peachtree.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you. It was a little tough. It was humid today, but it was absolutely worth it. The energy is like no other.
Tell us about the health mindset that you're also instilling in your children and in your family too, and how today is so meaningful to what you've been teaching them all along.
Yeah, so my kids, I have 3 kids, Christian, Chloe, and Corey. Hi, guys. They're 10, 12, and 14.
Hey, y'all.
And they just did the Peachtree Junior.
Wow,
yesterday.
congratulations to them.
Yeah, that's fantastic. They did pretty good times, too. So I had to make sure that I set a good example by being out here and getting a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, 2 years of the pandemic, it really hurt that sense of community that the AJC Peachtree Road Race had. What feels different about this year, especially with what we've kind of gone through as a community the last few years?
Yeah, so it's good to see so many people back out here. It's good to see the numbers. So I did run it the last 2 years, even though it was virtual 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I ran it in person last year, but you can just tell, it feels like, the Peachtree is back.
Yeah.
So it's just really, really great to have this, tradition in Atlanta and see so many people focused on, having a fitness mindset, or at least earning their hot dogs today.
Earning their hot dogs or earning the t-shirt too. Whatever
right.
you earn, you deserve it. And that's what we're going to leave them with, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Happy 4th, everyone.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to the finish line. We're going to go to Jerry right now to give us more coverage of the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
Hey, this is Deborah, but we know her as Lady Liberty. Show them how you ran the whole entire race.
Well,
Most of it, anyway. You walked some, and you let your arm droop a little bit. Where'd you get the idea to do this?
America is
one of the places where women are free to run, and in large parts of the world, women can't put on a running outfit and just go outside and run. So I wanted to be Lady Liberty, but the running version, because that's America to me.
Celebrating freedom, freedom for women, freedom for yourself. How many? And you've run this how many times?
This is my 6th one.
6th one. And does it just get better every time?
Yeah, it's more fun every time. It's fun to wear an outfit. I've never been called a lady so much in my life.
Well, that just fits. And are you happy to see this race kind of healing and getting back to what it was before the pandemic? I mean, a lot of people in Atlanta have been eager for a day like this where it wasn't so fractured and virtual and that kind of thing.
Absolutely. I'm glad that we're back from the pandemic, and I'm glad America is back. We're here.
There you go.
We won.
Deborah or Lady Liberty, thank you very much, and I congrats on the finish.
You'll have a great 4th of July, okay?
You too. All right, J. Bell and Jeff.
You know, it's really a lot of fun to sit here on the stage. I feel like I'm on a parade float.
I know, we're getting some waves going here.
Viewers that are coming by yelling at us and saying they watch us at night.
Taking pictures, and they're just so excited to have finished as well.
You know what? The bass is so deep, you're going to have to repeat.
I just said, you know, in addition to all of that, they're just so excited to have finished the race.
Yeah,
so it's
absolutely.
really a great moment for them.
That exhilaration that comes from the 10K, and you know, it is a very humid day, and we're now at a red level as far as the Atlanta Track Club goes, which is dangerous, and it means that you should consider maybe not finishing. You should slow down and really be watching very carefully how you feel.
We will be. And, you know, we've been talking about the humidity all day long and the impact that it has on the folks that have been out here and the preparation that goes into preparing for those types of conditions, because you never know what you're going to get here for an AJC Peachtree Road Race. We had some rain and thunder not too long ago, and then today we've got this overwhelming humidity, and it's not even that sunny. It's not that bright.
No, it's deceptive, really. I mean, the temperatures don't feel that oppressive. However, the humidity is a different story.
Exactly.
I mean, we saw what those humidity levels were when we were, you know, sitting here about 4:35 in the morning, and there was great concern then, and that certainly has escalated as the hours have transpired.
Yeah, so certainly something to consider if you have a friend or loved one that's still out there on the course route. Just, you know, remind them to take it easy out there and you know, stop and take that water, take advantage of it. And one of the places that you really need to do that is Cardiac Hill. That's where Chesley McNeil is. And Chesley, we know that that is one of the more difficult portions of the AJC Peachtree Road Race, and so we want folks to especially be mindful over there.
Second in person.
All right, we're up. All right, I'm here with CJ Stewart. Good to see you, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, and Jabaris.
Yep.
Hey, man, happy 4th to you.
Happy 4th.
Is this your first AJC Peachtree?
It is.
Oh, man. And you, CJ, you brought out a group of guys.
I did. So it's a total of 6 of our lead ambassadors. This is my 3rd year. 2020, I did it in person. I'm sorry, 2020, I did it virtual. And then last year, 2021, I did it in person. So it's fun.
And you thought the experience was so great, you wanted to grab a group of guys and bring them out.
I did. I mean, so it's one of those things where, you know, the Hebrew tradition of leadership is you do it, and then you do it and let them do it. You let them do it, and they follow, and then you follow them, and then lastly, you let them do it. So it's just one of those things where I don't really enjoy running at first prior to 2020. I've now become an avid runner, and it's just something that really got me mentally strong during 2020. So from a mental health standpoint, it's been great. It worked for me, so I wanted to work for them.
Yeah, Open is rubbing off?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even after Cardiac Hill, you think he...
You know what? So they didn't know how to train for this, and I told them, I said, the best way to train for the Peachtree Road Race is to actually do it. So next year, they'll be better equipped.
All right, tell us, what's the experience like?
It's a lot.
It's a lot?
But I think I can do it again.
You can do it? So you can lead somebody else to doing it, right?
Yeah.
Right? Leading by example.
Lead by example.
You have to lead him too, right? You're going to lead him.
He leads me, I lead him.
But the rest of your group has gone on.
They did. I mean, one of the things we did talk about from a strategy standpoint is, for me, I run 10 minutes and walk 5. If I do that 6 times, then that gets me to 6.2. They said they were going to stick with me for encouragement's sake. So after about a mile or so, they just took off. But, you know, that part's okay, too. I mean, it's one of those things that, you know, we're teaching. So, you know, for Lead Center for Youth, our mission is to empower next generation to lead and transform the city of Atlanta. And we use baseball as a vehicle to help black boys overcome 3 curveballs that threaten their success: crime, poverty, and racism. And so the Peachtree Road Race race is hard. Life is hard. But it's all about just having a goal, having a strategy, sticking to it. Don't try to do any more than you can do. And, you know, don't feel succumb to this whole pressure of trying to be 10 times better than somebody else.
Absolutely.
Get a plan, stick to the plan, and just make sure you got some encouragers around. So that's what I love about this as well, too. I mean, it's an Atlanta tradition, and it allows our lead ambassadors, teenage black boys from the inner city of Atlanta, to see that they can be a part of Atlanta traditions as well.
CJ, thank you for all that you do for our community, man, and inspiring others.
Thank you so much.
Jabari, beat him, okay? Make sure you cross the finish line before he does.
They will.
Good to see you guys.
All right,
Take care. All right. Come on over. How you doing? How are you?
Wonderful.
All right. Are you okay?
Yes, I am fine.
Now, how many Peachtree Road races have you been in?
This is just going to be my second one.
The second one. I remember you from last year. Yeah.
The last one, I didn't get to take a photo. You know, like we go to the Mercedes-Benz ones and Publix. What is the other one that we do?
Okay.
I've taken photos with you at the expos before. I still have those photos.
We really
too.
appreciate that. Yeah.
You got it.
Now get out there and inspire some other folks to run now.
I will.
We got to wrap this thing up at some point.
Okay, thank you.
Good to see you. Hey, man.
I see you every year. Hey, I wanted to say to Atlanta, God bless you all. I started a project called Pray ATL in February. So we're praying for the city, praying for our leaders, praying to stop the violence. Also, we have some hats coming out saying "Make Atlanta Safe Again."
There you go.
God bless you.
All right, man. Take care now. All right. Just wonderful stuff, man. Love these people. Love this town. We'll be back right after this with more coverage of the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
Live is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners. The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
we begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. It has been a wonderful day, but these conditions have been a little deceptive out here.
They have. The temperatures have not been high, but what has been high is the humidity. And if you do any running, or if you are the parent of a high school athlete, football player perhaps, or a baseball player, I mean, that humidity is bad stuff. You really got to keep an eye on it.
We've had to raise the danger levels from yellow to red. Advising folks out there, if you know anyone who's still making their way through the route, to take it easy out there. Stop for those water breaks. Enjoy the water that's being sprayed by the volunteers and the fans and whoever else, and just be cautious.
And the recommendation also is, look, if you're struggling, if you're having a hard time with it, to stop. That it's just something that you don't want to continue with, because it can put you in trouble in a hurry. So that's where we stand. And I can't remember the last time we had a red warning. It's been a while in this event. I would have to look back, but it's been a number of years, I believe.
And outside of that, though, it has been a really great race day. We saw some amazing competition from our elite runners and our wheelchair athletes as well. So it's really been a great day. We got some good action there and some great action that continues on as the Peachtree Road Race, the AJC Peachtree Road Race continues. We're going to send things over now to Jerry Carnes, who's been checking in with all sorts of people as they finish, Jerry.
Jennifer, we are a long way from the North Pole, but look at who just finished the race. It is Mr. and Mrs. Claus. Tell me your real name and where you came up with this idea.
My real name is Tori Griffin. Last year, I just went on Amazon and bought a beard. I had the tights already, and then this year, I brought along Mrs. Claus to join in on the fun.
How in the world did he talk you into this?
I'm not quite sure. I'm still questioning that.
Kind of regretting this whole idea. Is this to bring joy? Is it? I guess you're here to entertain and run a race.
Joy and goodwill, a lot of fun. I did it last year. It was a big fun. So I'm going to keep it going for many years to come.
Is he going to talk you into doing this again next year?
Most likely, yes.
You know, you're all in, I guess. How was the race this year? How was the ride? Was it different than last year? Because last year was not quite the crowd.
Yeah, I liked it this year because everybody was in the same race. So we had a lot more noise, a lot more excitement. You know, bigger, more heat, so this is great.
Yeah, awesome. All right, well, give us a ring of the bell and a ho, ho, ho. How about that?
Ho, ho, ho!
We're a long way from Christmas, but there you go. Santa and Mrs. Claus, part of this year's AJC Peachtree Road Race. Back to you guys.
I am here right now with the 11 Alive Runner Camp fam. Woo-hoo! You made it. You made it. Hold on. I want to start with you, Caitlin. Tell us about your dynamic duo element in your videography.
So this is very exciting. The coworker who we usually have doing the shot got injured. So my husband has stepped in to be our photographer. Our friend Patrick is our live crew producer here. They ran the whole thing with this gear on their back. And did great. What did you think of the race?
It wasn't too bad. It was a good pace. It was a good experience. The camera really adds 20 pounds.
Did you ever think you would be a dynamic duo in this Peachtree Road Race?
I've done a few in smaller markets. This is the biggest market I've been in.
And we have Joe Ripley also here. Joe, is this your first Peachtree Road Race, AJC Peachtree Road Race that you're running?
It is. Will it be the last? Probably not. This was a blast.
How was your first experience? You've covered this before, but to participate in it, how was it like being on that end?
It's really cool seeing 60,000 of your best friends from all over the world come and run 6.2 miles with you. There's nothing like it. I would do it again, and shout out again to the Patricks, both Patricks, hustling, hauling the gear. They did a tremendous job.
That's amazing. And like you said, it's your first, but it ain't going to be your last. Show them the shirt that you earned today.
Oh, yeah. You run the race, you got to get the T-shirt.
You got to get the T-shirt. And now we go to Chris Holcomb with more coverage of the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
Oh, man, we're having fun. I think the party has arrived here, right? Now, your W, the later waves, that's fine, but that's the fun part, right?
W for win.
Oh, I love it. And the W wave for win. All
Yes.
So how have you been liking it so far?
I love it. I love the camaraderie. I just love everything about this whole thing.
And this is your, how many times?
My 4th time.
How does this one compare?
How would it compare?
Like as far as the weather, is it
I'm about to say it's hotter. This is the hottest one I've been in.
humid.
Yes, I'm lucky my eyelashes still on, you know?
I'm glad they're still there. That's some good glue, right?
Yes, but it's good. Having a good time with my run club, Be Fit Athletic Club. Whoop, whoop. Got to shout them out.
All right. Well, the clock's running.
Okay.
So you got to go. You
Gotta go.
Keep up that
Thank
time,
you.
all right? And this is your first one?
My first time.
All right. How do you like it?
I like it a
Is
lot.
It everything you dreamed of?
Everything I dreamed of.
Good. All right. Keep on going there.
Good to see you.
Enjoy. See ya. All right, so the party waves are coming through right now, and you can see still a lot of people there in the background, but it is a little bit slower now. We are seeing some walkers, we're seeing some runners come through right now, but really the whole theme is everybody's having a good time. Those folks are waving. Hello, how are y'all doing? All right, y'all having fun? Your first one? Well, come here, hurry, okay?
We're having a great time.
You're having a great time?
Yes.
You're eating nachos.
Yes.
What is up with that? 10K and nachos. You're almost there. You know, so your first time.
Yeah, it's my first time. So it's fun. I'm like, I can't believe I've lived in Atlanta my whole life and never done this. I was like, I will do it from now on.
I'm a native, and I've never done it either. I've always been working, so yeah, I got to do it sometime.
And usually, because I'm typically a bartender, so I'm usually working or late the night before or whatever. And it just worked out.
A new tradition starts today.
New tradition, dang it.
Love it.
Right.
Love it. All right. So, you know, nachos and 10K, that goes together, right? Everybody having fun eating and running at the same time and yelling and partying. You got your nachos, you're ready. So yeah, these are the fun waves that are coming through right now. Hi, can we talk to you really quick? How do you like it so far?
Oh, I love it.
You know, I told somebody a few minutes ago, you're almost there, you're almost to the finish line, and they said, I've been hearing that for the past hour. How many times have you done it?
I think this is my 5th.
Okay, all right, and you're making it good?
I am. I lost my leg in 2017. I don't know if you can see that. But one of my goals was to do the Peachtree Road Race after I got the prosthetic. So, yeah.
And this is her second time to do the Peachtree after losing her leg.
The goal 1 was to do it, and then goal 2 was to do it again, right? And
correct.
That's you're doing it again.
Well, this time we have 5 generations. My grandmother is 93 and is actually pushing a wheelchair a little bit further back.
Okay, well, y'all have fun, okay? You're almost there.
We are.
All right. Okay, now we're going to go to Chesley. I hope you're doing okay there on the hill.
Yeah, Chris, we're making it. We're making it. Rashid, come on in here, man.
Let's get it.
All right. Now, you told me this was your first one, but you had to think about it.
I did have to think about it. I think we ran one when we first came to Georgia. Don't remember, I was little. But this is my first race. I've been training for it. Not really. I was looking at her shirt, and she said she trained all week just to hold the sign. I'm here for it. I'm really excited. This is Heart Attack Hill, Cardiac Hill. We did not make it to Piedmont.
Cardiac Hill.
Cardiac Hill.
Cardiac.
Yes.
Heart attack.
Heart attack.
Cardiac.
It's all in the verbiage.
It's all in the verbiage.
It's all in the verbiage.
Hey, so is it a good time? Good to see you.
It's a fantastic time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying myself. You know, I'm sweating straw hats. You must wear a bandana underneath. I learned that.
I like the get up too.
Thank you.
Very, very nice.
Yeah.
Rashid, thank you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Happy 4th to you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Can I do a turnaround?
You can turn around real quick.
All right,
real
yeah.
quick. There you go. You got it in. You got it in. Come on over. All right. This is my friend Angie.
Angie.
And now, how long you been running, Angie?
I've been doing the Peachtree since 2005, this is my 18th Peachtree.
18th year.
18th year, and I did it twice in the Middle East.
Wow.
One in Kuwait, twice in Kuwait.
All right, cool. Yeah, keep doing it, Angie.
I'm trying.
You're an inspiration to me. One of these years, next year, I'm gonna run.
Yeah, I just want to meet you at the top of the hill to catch my breath. That's really what this is about. This is my friend because I get to pause when I see him.
Appreciate you.
Good to see you.
All right, we're going to the finish line.
All yours.
It has really been a wonderful day out here covering this 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
It has been terrific, and we have not been in business here since 2019, and it has not disappointed today. The enthusiasm, the energy, the weather's been tough. It's not been easy. We've had a red alert, which means high humidity, to be very careful because the conditions are such that you can get yourself in trouble. But from what we have seen so far, things have gone pretty well.
Pretty well, and I think that sun's starting to come out. We're starting to feel even more of that heat out here that we had said the sun had been hiding a little bit earlier, but it is starting to come out as these last few folks make their way through the course. Let's take a look back now at everything that we have seen and felt and experienced today for this 53rd running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
sums it up pretty well, I think. The AJC Peachtree Road Race is a lot of moving parts. Of course, we begin very early with the wheelchair racers, and then the women, and then we see the elite runners, and then we finally make our way to the citizens runners. And it is just something. I mean, it has its own personality. It seems like every hour it has a different look, a different lilt, and really a different sort of sense of what Atlanta's all about.
It certainly has. We've seen records broken. We know folks are out there making their personal best. That first wave that we see after the elite runners is those folks that are really out there striving to get across that line under an hour, meet their personal best numbers with this race. And now we're seeing a lot of folks who just came out to party, just came to be a part of the atmosphere. It's tradition for them. We've heard so many stories today. Families out here, first-timers, young first-timers. We even had one racer who had just turned 10 years old yesterday out here today participating in their first AJC Peachtree Road Race.
I thought Mayor Dickens had a line that sort of stuck with me a little bit, that this is really the diversity of Atlanta at work. And, you know, you look here, and this is one of those rare events where we are all together, whether it's old or young, male, female, black, white, Latino, Asian. I mean, it is really... It mirrors, and it really is a true reflection of where we live. And it is a harmonious event. It is a happy, a joyous event, and it gives certainly all of us pause for reflection that we don't see a lot of that in America today. We don't see a lot of that in Atlanta Metro either. I know as we sit and read the news every night, all of these stories that are so scary and so troubling. But truth be told, when we all get together, like at the Peachtree Road Race here, it looks real, and it looks like Atlanta, and it works.
Yeah, a city too busy to hate. We get that spirit, we get that camaraderie. All the folks out here just wanting to have a good time and share this holiday together, and so that really is one of the best things.
I mean, that's what the 4th of July is about, right?
Exactly, and
it should be about.
And you see it. You see it in the smiles on the faces, the folks cheering each other on, helping each other out to finish this race. That motivation, that encouragement, and all those inspirational stories that we have told along the way. It really is incredible.
Well, this race began in 1970 in Buckhead, outside of the Sears store, which is pretty much where Chops restaurant is in 2022. Buckhead has changed, Atlanta's changed, the country's changed, and this great event has changed too. The event has changed for the better.
In good ways. We see even more folks out here. We see the way that we adapted during the pandemic from all virtual to a 2-day event and then back to this today. We did still have some folks running virtually, but 47,000 folks participating, and everybody back out here just wanting to be, in the moment, have that spirit, that camaraderie, that fellowship with everybody out here.
Well, I think we should give a quick salute not only to the Atlanta Track Club, but to the co-founders of this event, Gail Barron and Jeff Galloway, and they are both still with us today. We saw Jeff earlier, and he has recovered nicely from his heart attack that almost killed him 2 years ago.
Certainly wishing him well.
But they had a vision, they had a dream, they had an idea, and that came to fruition and has only gone full flower over the last 52 years.
And thank you so much for being with us for our coverage, our live coverage of the 53rd annual AJC Peachtree Road Race.
School, you know, we used to sing it something like this. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple majesties. Above the fruited plain. Look here, I'm talking about America, sweet America. You know, God done see to shine and see. America, I love you, America, because my God done shed his grace on thee, and you ought to love him for it, because he crowned my good. He told me he would save his brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, thank you, Jesus. Shining sea.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta,
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now.
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather,
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take